TexTalk, 7th International Conference on Textile. Keeping this legacy alive and more inspiring, here we are. So thank you so much to all of you to be part of this conference. Let's begin this conference by recitation of Holy Quran.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul a'udhu bi Rabbin nas, Malikin nas, Ilahin nas, min sharril waswasil khannas, الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس.
Jazakallah. Can I request everyone to please stand up in the respect of national anthem? Shukriya. Can I request everyone to please stand up in the respect of Thank you so much. Moving forward, as we know that we are here for the 7th International Conference on Textile, that is TexTalk. And for the welcome speech, I would like to welcome Mr. Mazhar Mirza from Cotton Council International to come on stage and share a few words. Please welcome Mr. Mazhar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow changemakers. Standing before you today at the 7th edition of Inspiring Change Conference 2024 is an honor for me. I am Mazhar Mirza, Country Manager for Cotton Council International, who is the co-organizer of this event. I extend a warm welcome to every one of you over here. Over the time, Inspiring Change Conference has become Pakistan's premier textile event, and your presence here signifies a collective commitment to innovation, sustainability, and collaboration within the textile industry of Pakistan. And a very warm welcome and special thanks to the delegation from Cotton USA, who has traveled a great distance to support the textile industry of Pakistan. Thank you very much for your dedication and your extraordinary effort. As you all know, at CCI, we are the export promotion arm of National Cotton Council of America, and we have our mission, which remains steadfast, establishing US cotton as the fiber of first choice worldwide. We're having more than 60 years experience working with more than 50 countries utilizing a comprehensive network of 20 offices globally. And our partnership begins from home with the ginners, farmers, merchants, shippers, spinning mills, weaving mills, dyers, finishers, garment makers, brands and retailers, and consumers as well. And we also work with the textile community, like in Pakistan with APTMA. Today we are gathered here at a pivotal time in our textile industries, a time when change is not only necessary, but inevitable. We have gathered not just as representatives of our organizations, but as pioneers on a shared journey towards a brighter future. As we confront increasingly pressing challenges, we must unite to share knowledge, spark creativity, and inspire one another. This conference serves as a vital platform for dialogue where ideas will flourish, partnership will bloom, and innovative solution will emerge. As we engage in our sessions, I encourage you to participate openly, challenge conventional thinking, and embrace the diverse perspectives that enrich our discussion. Remember, every great change begins with a single step. That is conversation, collaboration, bold idea, thinking out of the box. So we are fortunate to have an impressive lineup of speakers and panelists today who will share their insights throughout this evening. From sustainability leaders to experts of recycled textile, from data-driven industry analysis, mill performance index discussions, and how to navigate the future of fiber. Each session today is designed to spark new ideas, foster collaboration, and explore practical solutions for the challenges that our textile industry is facing. Parallel with this conference hall, there is an excited host, Create to Inspire, where the top 10 universities of Pakistan are showcasing their talent through innovative designs. A special welcome also to the bright young talents who will be showcasing their innovative designs in the Create to Inspire design competition. This competition has become a vital platform for nurturing a celebrating a next generation of textile designers, and look forward to witnessing creativity and patience of these students. So we have an exciting and thought-provoking agenda ahead of us today, where we will be hearing about global cotton sustainability, future of sustainable and recycled textile, and advancement in the mill performance index. We will also dive into the dynamic panel discussions that explore emerging opportunities, innovations, and the challenges that the global economic shifts in our industry. These discussions will offer a platform for dialogue, exchange of ideas, and actionable strategies, inshallah. In addition, we have something a little more interactive in this Inspiring Change Conference, Text Quiz. So promising an add element for fun and learning to our discussions. At Text Quiz, our participants can test their textile knowledge and earn special recognition from TechStock International. So as we move forward, today's agenda, I encourage you all to engage with questions, share your thoughts with one each other, and also collaborate with each other. As we embark on the exciting journey today, I invite you all to buckle up and fill this event with innovation solutions. Lastly, but not, I acknowledge the TechStock team, especially Yusuf Bhai and his team, their efforts to take the industry forward and inspire the change. Once again, thank you very much for your presence here today, and I wish you the best of luck for today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mazhar. Now moving forward, I would like to welcome Mr. Kamran Arshad, Chairman APTMA 2024 to 2025. Please give him a big hand, Mr. Kamran Arshad.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the participants for attending today's Text Talks. I would like to commend Team Text Talks and Mr. Yusuf Farid, and I'd like to express my deep gratitude for organizers for holding this vital platform of collaboration and dialogue. Your commitment to the textile industry and to driving positive change is commendable indeed. And with this event being held annually and coinciding with whenever Team CCI is in town, I think it's wonderful, because then it becomes more inclusive, because not only do we get to understand our issues, changing trends, globally changing trends, but also a different perspective from the other side of the world, and where they see global cotton, American cotton as a share, and different sorts of cottons. So I think that's commendable, and especially the timing for this all. I'd also like to welcome an old friend, Mr. William Bettendorf, sitting there. It's always great to see him. The textile industry is the mainstay of Pakistan's economy, with an 8.5% share in its total GDP and 62% contribution in the country's exports. It provides significant linkages with the agri and cottage industry of this country. Pakistan is one of the very few countries, textile producing countries, with a complete value chain, starting from the sowing of cotton, as well as having availability of polyester fiber in the country, to ginning, spinning, weaving, processing, stitching, fashion designing, marketing. So Pakistan represents the complete value chain when compared to other regionally sound competitors like Bangladesh, India, China, Vietnam, so on and so forth. Pakistan's textile exports saw a boom in 2021-22, touching approximately $9.3 billion. So just back in 2018-2019, we were at 12.5 billion, and within a span of 2 to 3 years, we went from 12.5 to 19.3 billion. So that shows a gain of $7 billion if we are given the right inputs, the right input costs, and if the business environment globally as well as domestically is favorable. After this period where our exports touched 19.3 billion, textile exports started dropping. And probably that had to do with rising food cost, fuel costs, inflation, our domestic input costs like gas, electricity, interest rates. So textile exports for Pakistan slipped to 16.5 billion in 2022-23, and slightly increased, or rather maintained, at 16.7 billion as of last year, 23-24. Textile exports in the first 2 months of the current fiscal year have touched $2.9 billion, exhibiting a surge of 5.37% as compared to the same corresponding period of last year. So with declining oil costs, declining interest rates, there is a ray of hope, and the story is the same anywhere. Disposable income of people, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in the United Kingdom, Europe, Far East, Pakistan, have been affected by rising food prices, rising mortgage rates, rising interest rates, rising oil, gas prices. So as those factors taper down, come down, and with interest rates coming down globally, we hope that disposable incomes of people, whether in the East or in the West or in this country, start increasing as they were a couple of years ago, and that's where we can see a rebound coming back into textile products. Despite great significance of the textile industry in this country, it is unfortunate that our share in the global textile pie, which stands at $900 billion, is a meager 1.8%, while China's is at 35.7%, and Bangladesh's is at 4.9%, Vietnam is at 4.7%. So Pakistan being 1.8% of the $900 billion global textile pie means our current exports at 16.7, if we gain only 1% additional, only 1% additional, that can mean wonders for this country, and it can resolve a lot of the issues we are facing on ground. That 1% additional is something we are working really hard towards in negotiating with the government, lobbying with the government on various fronts. But that 1% would simply mean Pakistan's textile exports doubling. So the potential for that exists. Maybe not today, but eventually it does. There has been massive investment in infrastructure and new facilities in this country via various financing schemes. So we are hoping with the right time, eventually, that upturn in our industry's growth will definitely take place. Pakistan's textile industry complies with almost all international compliances like ISO 14001, UN Global Compact, RAP, World Fair Trade Organization, OECOTEX, Social Accountability, SA 8000, STEP, major international brands like Levi's, Gap, Sears, Wrangler, Nike, Walmart, Macy's, all have some sort of a presence here, as well as European brands too. And they are sourcing from Pakistan, and in the ever globally changing landscape of the US-China trade wars, we feel that we are set to get more of this share when global environment improves from a fiscal perspective. Pakistan's textile industry has duty and tax-free access to the European Union due to the GSP Plus that was granted to us back in 2014 and extended beginning of this year, and to the China market as well under the free trade agreement. Besides, our textile industry has already invested almost $5 billion in the balancing, modernization, replacement, often known as BMR in industry lingo, as well as in capacity expansion and setting up new capacity within the last 4 to 5 years. All these factors give us huge potential to increase our exports. If our energy issues are resolved and interest rates come down, we can confidently forecast our exports to increase at a pace of $2 to $3 billion per annum, provided our energy issues and our interest rate issue is addressed and we are given tariffs in line with our regional competitors. We have time and again struggled with the government and made them aware of something called regionally competitive energy tariffs, which is the weighted average basket for natural gas as well as electricity, and what those costs are in India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, China, and that we should have similar costs as well. If we are given those similar cost structures, there's no reason why we can't perform. Similarly, there's a huge potential for taking our exports from the current 16.7 billion level to double that in the next 5 to 8 years, provided all these factors are met through the stitching revolution. In view of all these factors, Pakistan has huge potential to uplift its exports going forward. It is high time for action. As leaders of the industry, we need to cultivate an environment that encourages creativity, embraces new ideas, and champions a culture of continuous improvement. APTMA, All Pakistan Textiles Mills Association, is making best of its efforts for restoration of regionally competitive energy tariffs to make our exports competitive in dollar terms. APTMA has established a cotton foundation underneath its setup for the promotion of high quality seed production, cluster farming with backward integration, for sustainable supply of quality cotton to textile mills, and for traceability and sustainability solutions as well. I'm confident that by embracing sustainability and digital transformation, we can position ourselves as leaders in the global market. Investing in new technologies, enhancing our supply chain, and prioritizing ethical practices will not only strengthen our competitiveness, but also protect our planet for future generations. In closing, let us remember the strength of our industry lies in our unity. Together we can turn challenges into opportunities and inspire change that resonates far beyond our sector. I'm excited to see these ideas, collaborations, and innovations that will emerge from our discussions today. And once again, I'd like to thank TechStalks for organizing and taking the effort, making the effort in getting everyone together under one roof. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamran, for the thought-provoking insight. So as Mr. Mazhar has already revealed that how exciting and interesting this conference will be, without any further ado, let's move to our first presentation. And this presentation is all about Cotton Connection, Analyzing World Cotton Sustainability by Mr. William Bettendorf, Director, South Asia and Supply Chain Marketing of Cotton Council International, USA. Please welcome Mr. William on stage.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And good evening or good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back in Lahore. And thank you very much to TexTalks for putting this on and giving us this opportunity to have this presentation with you today. I will be talking about sustainability, but the entire presentation will not cover sustainability because we have some new information that I want to share with you, which frankly I think is a lot more exciting. So I'm going to talk about some of the new initiatives that will be benefiting the Pakistani industry that the Cotton Council International and the Pakistan industry are working on together. First, I'm going to start with the vision of the U.S. cotton industry, and then I'll be talking about the U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol. And then I'll finish with a brief recap of our Cotton USA Solutions program. So first, our vision. You know, as the world is quite a complicated place these days, it's important for all of us to have a vision and a goal in life. And so within the Cotton Council, we decided to put together our thoughts and then share those thoughts with industries around the world to get their feedback and to make sure that we're on track. But our vision is our brand. It's unchanged. It's going to continue to be Cotton USA, and more importantly, it's the tagline, the cotton the world trusts. We've spent over 30 years in Pakistan alone building trust with you. And we want to build on that trust and grow from there. So our brand vision is to lead the world to cotton's next level. You're probably wondering, what in the world does that mean? So for the U.S. cotton industry, that means that we're going to go from simply being a supplier to being a premium partner of yours. Yes, we've got superior cotton, but when you buy U.S. cotton, you're going to end up having a superior cotton experience with us. Our products and services are going to become integrated support systems, not only to help the cotton that's coming into the factory door, but also to support the products that you're selling going out the door. And we're going to provide not just mere offerings, but we're going to provide benefits to you. Our plan is to create a superior cotton experience so that when you buy one bale of cotton from the United States, you get a lot more than just cotton. You're going to get services, you're going to get data, and you're going to get intelligence. And no other cotton producing nation in the world provides that to their customers the way we do. We presented this idea to the Pakistani textile industry about six months ago in May. We invited 25 of the CEO, president, owner level executives to join us for an executive workshop held in Bourbon, up in the mountains. Beautiful, beautiful location. And we discussed together the market opportunities and the challenges. More importantly, it wasn't just a discussion, but on both sides we agreed to create action points. Not just have a meeting and then go away and not do anything about it, but actually to generate some productivity out of this. So I want to share a few of these with you. The first one, and the action points. So we had action points for the Pakistani industry, action points for the American industry, and then action points that we're going to work on together. So this first one was proposed by the Pakistan industry, and that's to create a clearer textile policy going forward so that the industry gets the support of the government and maximizes its full potential. The second activity that we agreed to work on together, both together, is to remove the fumigation requirement on U.S. cotton imports into Pakistan. That law was created in a day when it was needed, about 40 or 50 years ago. But today, with modern harvesting technology, modern ginning technology, it's not necessary. And Pakistan is one of the few countries in the world that still requires fumigation of U.S. cotton. So we want to work with you and your government to remove that so that you don't have to be burdened with this unnecessary expense. In addition, we want to work with the industry to improve the ease of doing business, to simplify and streamline the banking process, reduce the paperwork, make it easier to do business together. In the United States, we also have a financing program through the U.S. Department of Agriculture that can be used for commodities. It's available in Pakistan, but it hasn't been used yet. So we want to work with your industry as well as the banking sector to try to engage the GSM 102 financing in order to give you preferential interest rates with your cotton purchases. And then last but not least, as I mentioned, we're going to promote the sales of your products with sourcing fairs. And we had the first one scheduled for, I think, second quarter 2025. Here's some photographs of our forum. You can see on the, the left side here, these are the groups of the executives working together. Similar to an MBA course, we divided everyone up into teams. So we had 4 or 5 teams, and each team was at a table. They listed the challenges and the opportunities that we have in the industry, and then one person from their team presented those results to the entire group. And then you can see here on the right side, we had a session with your leadership from the Pakistani textile industry, as well as the ambassador from the United States, Mr. Blum. He was very generous. He gave us 2 hours of his time, joined us for this meeting, was in full engagement with everyone in the room, and agreed going forward that he would give us his full support to succeed in launching these initiatives. Next is the U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol. Many of you are already familiar with this, but for the new people in the room, this is our cotton sustainability program. It's been developed with the U.S. cotton growers, and it also has a full traceability platform attached to it. It's different, and it's unique. The reason I say that is because we have verified data on 6 key metrics, environmental metrics that have been recognized by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and we verified the data that is built into the protocol's program. That's combined with transparency and traceability using the U.S. permanent bale identification tags, as well as technology provided by Textile Genesis. That's a blockchain system. The combination of these 2 items gives you a very unique and best-in-class program that no other sustainability program and no other country offers the world today. Benefits for the mills and manufacturers are pretty clear. They become affiliated with the program. They are members. They can use the Trust Protocol branding, the logo on your websites, as well as all your marketing materials. And if you're a U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol member, then you are entitled to receive free, no charge, technical support from our technical solutions team. The scaling of this program has, well, it's grown incredibly. The program is under 5 years old, and already we have over 2,000 members that cover 40 countries. We have at least 40 brands or retailers that are in the program, and approximately about a quarter of all of the acreage in the United States, the farmers who manage that land have joined the protocol. Together they cover about 1.7 million acres, which equates to over 2 million bales of protocol cotton in the program. And almost half of that cotton, 48%, meets and is part of the climate smart initiative that was launched by the Biden administration recently. Pakistan is an important member of the U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol. You have 129 companies that are enrolled in this. 38 of those companies have already established buyer-supplier relationships with the brands and retailers that are looking for protocol cotton in their supply chains. And they tell us they're looking for more suppliers in Pakistan. So you're in a great position. These slides just show a few of the logos of the Pakistani members of the protocol. Thank you all very much for your support. And as I mentioned, we have over 40 brands and retailers. You can see here that they're huge names. Amazon, I think they're the largest apparel retailer in the world now. You've got Levi's, Macy's, Tesco, the British supermarket chain. And our newest member is Carhartt, down there in the lower right corner. The brands and the retailers have embraced this program. They're using the logo on their hang tags so that when their customers are looking at the merchandise at retail, they see that it's a protocol product. The brands and the retailers are also including information about the protocol in their annual reports. You can see there on the far side, that's annual report by Ralph Lauren and as well as J. Crew. So they've embraced the program. This program is also, it has credibility. You can see here the organizations that have accepted the protocol as a valid program. And we also have our best-in-class providers in the form of Control Union. They're our audit organization. I mentioned Textile Genesis, and the Field to Market organization, which generates the data. Cotton USA Solutions, as I said, is available to any member of the U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol. It is our technical servicing program. It's a little over 5 years old, and already they've met with over 500 mills and manufacturers around the world, in 20 different countries. This is the team. In the middle, you see Jörg Bauersachs. He'll be speaking with you later, and he's got 7 experts that travel the world to support our customers. We have 5 key services that we offer. The first and most popular is the one-to-one mill site visit. That's a one-to-one consultation, again, free of charge. We have the U.S. Cotton Academy. That's an academic program that we offer to up-and-coming textile executives. We have our Cotton USA Mill Exchange program, which brings mills together so that they can exchange ideas and best practices. We have our seminars, of course, and the U.S. The Mill Performance Index, which Mr. Bauersachs will talk about in just a moment. I want to highlight the Mill Exchange program because we just had one last week. 10 people from Pakistan joined that. They came from 7 textile companies here. And what we did was we brought them to Turkey. In Turkey, they met with 4 different textile mills that are heavy U.S. cotton users. In fact, I think each of those mills was using 100% U.S. cotton at the time. And we provided the opportunity for the Pakistani mills to talk with the Turkish mills and understand why they would invest in 100% U.S. cotton product lines. So it's not just us telling you it's a good choice. You're hearing from one of your peers about it. So in the mill exchange, they start at the mill. You have an opportunity where the mill will give a presentation about who they are, what they produce, what types of machinery they have, etc. And then they have a factory tour for about an hour or so. They go anywhere they want, ask all the questions they want, and then they come back together at the end in the briefing room and have a final question and answer session. And then always the obligatory group photo. So I said this is an exchange. Pakistan went to Turkey, and next month the Turks are coming to Pakistan, and they're going to visit the Pakistani mills. So it's a great opportunity to exchange information and learn from one another. So these activities that I mentioned, they all form together to create what we call the Cotton USA experience. It's a continuation of our efforts to differentiate U.S. cotton because, as you know, there's a lot of competition out there. And as we know, our friends, especially from West Africa, Brazil, Australia, they're coming to Pakistan and they're trying to sell their products to you. And what can we do to compete? We don't have the cheapest cotton out there. So we compete by making us different and adding value to every bale of cotton that you buy from us. Again, no other cotton producing nation in the world does that. So we want you to work with us to reach new levels of success with U.S. cotton. And we're so excited about this new initiative that we've actually created a video. We like our videos at the Cotton Council. And so bear with me just for about a minute, and I'll share this new video with you that helps to demonstrate our excitement about our programs.
There's the level where most competitors play. Then there's the next level. Cotton USA is leading the charge to Cotton's next level with a dynamic playbook for experiencing the Cotton USA difference. Featuring enhanced services like Cotton USA Solutions and the U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol. Combined with tools like the Cotton USA Mill Performance Index, dynamic networking events, and an all-star team of 60 reps in 20 countries committed to elevating leading-edge programs and experiences like only Cotton USA can. The stage is set with exciting opportunities to help your company reach new levels of success with U.S. Cotton. Rise to the next level with Cotton USA.
So I think our agency was inspired by the Olympics. So anyway, thank you very much for your attention. And I guess next speaker.
Thank you so much, Williams. It's always delightful listening to you. So now, the next presentation, it is about future of sustainable and recycled textile. And for this, I would like to welcome Mr. Rizwan Afzal Chaudhry, Chief Operating Officer of Lucky Core Industry on stage. Please welcome Mr. Rizwan, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thanks to the Text Talk organization, committee, Yusuf Saab, for again having us. And it just gives a great opportunity to connect, to learn, and to refresh what's happening in the world today. So my full appreciation for organizing this summit again and again every year. So I'm going to share with you something on the polyester side of the world. So we know this is a cotton-rich industry, but nonetheless, polyester is an essential blend that is required to make polyester cotton and other products. So last year, I shared with you how things are looking for us in the upcoming years, the future, what does future holds for polyester fiber industry in particular, because we have reached a point where sustainability is not just a good word to have. It's something that is the license to operate now. And very quickly, things are moving forward in the direction that I think we should have moved a long time ago. Now, the pace of the change is so fast that within a year, we have seen a lot of changes in the industry and in the textile future with the brands taking new directions. So I'll share with you quickly what we presented last year. So we talked about there's no planet B. Obviously, we don't have a choice. This is what I'm trying to sort of re-emphasize, that we don't have a choice. We have to make this planet work. And there is a growing concern amongst brands that unless they take care of their waste, their probability of sustaining on a longer term is going to be compromised. And this is where we sort of envisioned a new direction for us and new direction for the textile industry last year. Now, the problem is now becoming much bigger in terms of the scale of the issue. So this will just give you a quick idea that 92 million tons of textile waste gets dumped every year. 92 million tons. And this is equal to, while we only recycle 1% to date, and this is like one large garbage truck every second getting dumped into the landfill or in the marine life. And just to give you an idea how much that is, within a day you can fill 2 Empire State Buildings with the garbage that comes out of textile waste. So as the technology and know-how is improving, the concerns are growing, and the actions are now happening on a much faster pace than we anticipated. So this is pushing the textile communities across the globe, Europe and US already. This is the most recent thing that has happened. Extended producer responsibility. So you are responsible for your waste. Unless you collect and recycle your waste, your license to operate will be in jeopardy. And this has happened already in California. California has approved something on those lines, and this is how most of the things we have seen start from, small pockets, and then they start to become much bigger. There was a discussion yesterday in UK on the recycling of textiles, and it's becoming global, if you like, very quickly. And we have to learn from what happened in the PET bottle industry. There is a regulation in Europe and America that you have to have 25% recycle PET in the bottle if you want to sell. 2025 onward, no brand can sell in Europe or US without having 25% of recycled content in their bottles. And this is the extended producer responsibility that has been mandated now. And this is what is going to happen with textiles. And for bottle to bottle, for this to happen may have taken a decade. For textile to textile, I think we only have a couple of years. At best, 4 to 5 years. Before that, you need to demonstrate that you are doing enough recycling your own waste. So we know textile exchange. They are already talking about it. They are saying that our industry has our own waste to take care of. Why should we continue to recycle PET bottle? Bottle to fiber is not necessarily upcycling. So right now, recycled fiber coming from the post-consumer bottle is probably the hottest thing going today. But on a longer term, I think it has a shelf and expiry. Because when bottle producers will take the bottle waste, there won't be enough left. So we are looking at a horizon of maybe 3 to 5 years. And then beverage producers as an industry does not have enough raw material to recycle to make it happen 25% by 25. And by 2030, they need to move to 50% recycled content. So before 2030, that's our view, there would not be enough polyester PET bottle available to produce fiber. And hence, we need to find alternative solutions. So as we've been sharing this in the last year as well, we have a number of new and innovative products. One of those that we are going to, well, we talked about it last year. This year we have something, and you would have seen a standee outside. So this is a product which is from textile waste. We have managed to get post-consumer textile waste bifurcated into separate sort of cotton, viscose in the separate stream, and polyester at the monomer level in a separate stream, and then built it back up into PET chips, and from those chips we produce the yarn, fiber, and from fiber to yarn. So now you're looking at the technology which is available today in Pakistan. We have the product which is 100% textile to textile recycled fiber. And that we are working with a number of brands who have already started trials so that they can go to their customers and brands and let them know that we are ready. Although the cost is very high now because it's very new technology, but with the passage of time, like anything, cost will also come down as the scale will improve. But this also requires participation from everyone. So there is a requirement that all of these supply chain partners will have to do their part in making the textile to textile recycling happen, which is brand, recycler, supplier, waste aggregator, and investors. So now the opportunities are in multiple sort of streams. You could be a waste aggregator in Europe, you collect the waste and you have control. You give that waste to a recycler, which are also going to be in Europe and America. They will recycle it, convert it into PET chips, and those PET chips can be brought back into Pakistan and we convert it into fiber. So this whole cycle has to happen. In small pockets, we have already starting to see some complete loop happening, but it's going to grow. It's going to become much bigger. So this will help us scale up very quickly. As I was talking about earlier, the time is of the essence now. We need to move faster to scale up in order to meet the demands of our customers. The other stigma that has been with polyester is the microfiber pollution. So now we also have product that biodegrades very similar to natural fibers, just like cotton or wool. So this is something that we started to produce 5 years ago, 4 years ago, but now is the real time we are seeing traction coming in with a number of brands not just testing, they're putting it in their supply chain. And now we have a lot of product being used by these brands going into the supply chain, landing in Europe and US. So the biodegradable fiber is something that has changed the whole landscape, how people used to look at polyester. With bottle to fiber becoming more and more expensive and difficult and availability is a concern, this is something that provides an interim solution. So you can produce this with virgin fiber or with recycled fiber, and you can have a biodegradable end product. So you need to be looking at all the possibilities that there are available to supply sustainable solutions. So this product is also available and now picking up pace. The next thing is we need to connect with the end consumer, the brand. Previously, we always used to think we go to our customer spinner, ask them that this is the new product, please take it to your customer, but that doesn't work anymore. So now the brand producer connect is taking a lot of value. And we have seen this in the last 3 years, that as we started to reach out to the brands, the trickle-down effect is much faster. Now we are on a preferred supplier list. Sorry. So we are on a preferred supplier list for all these brands. They have done our social, compliance, product audit, everything has been completed and we've been put into their supplier list. And now we are actually negotiating price with the brand. So we are talking to them, they're giving us feedback on what is it that they can actually incorporate into their product, where is the bottleneck, and if anything we can do as a fiber producer to help them make that change in terms of pricing, in terms of quality, in terms of whiteness, etc., etc. So this is something else that need to work. Next is, how do you make sure that your claims are justified and can be tested? For that, you need to have traceability. So we provide traceability through a third-party tracer, which provides both physical and web-based traceability all the way from production to the end garment stage. So you can test the garment at any stage to see whether it contains Terylene Clean inside, in the product, and you can have a lot of savings by stopping the the counterfeit products. So this is something else that brands are really appreciating. We are producing fiber with fiber trace tracer without any upcharge. So that's something we are doing in order to inculcate sustainable production of recycled fibers. Life cycle assessment is also important. This is a license to operate. Again, by 2025, you would not be able to sell unless you can authenticate your claim that this is the carbon footprint you have reduced by making this product through sustainable sources. So this is another thing we have managed to do very quickly, and now we are set to take advantage of any opportunities that come in the polyester fiber arena. So when we talk about all the initiatives that we have taken, so you have textile to textile, then you have a biodegradable solution, plus you have traceability incorporated, and you authenticate your claims through life cycle assessment. So this is a recipe of success in terms of the most sustainable fiber that is available today. So just sit back and think. The product, the fiber, is coming back from textiles that are used. This has been incorporated with the biodegradable ingredient. It has a traceability built into it. It demonstrates that it reduces carbon footprint. What else can we expect from a fiber? And this is the strength of polyester, that it can be recycled multiple times, and hence we should be able to take care of our waste in a longer term. Sorry. But sustainability in the textile, sustainability for our business, we also have to take care of sustainability of where we operate. So we are part of a lot of initiatives that has taken place in the last couple of years. The one that we are really proud of is the work we are doing with Abru Foundation. And in the last 1 year, through the collection of waste that Abru Foundation was able to collect on our behalf and we purchased from them, we are able to put 1,500 more students into school. From the collection of waste to going to school where they are provided with food, shelter, education, and all their needs are taken care of. So that's something that we are really, really proud of. Thank you. And in the process, we have recycled 850 million bottles. 850 million bottles we have recycled, all coming from local sources, everything from Pakistan. We have not imported a single bottle to date. So this is also, despite the fact that you can import these bottles much cheaper from region or from US, Europe, and sell it in the country, you are not helping the pollution issue. We will continue to do so till the time we run out of raw material. Even though it's very expensive now to purchase local raw materials, but we'll continue to do so till the time we can, and when there is not enough, then obviously we have no choice. And in that same process, 34 million liters of crude oil is saved, and that has reduced the carbon footprint equivalent to 680,000 fully grown trees. And this is the contribution that the sustainability agenda of our organization has done for the country. Thank you very much. Any questions? Just give me a minute. Any question, any comments? Okay. I think it was quite clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rizwan. Now we have another very knowledgeable presentation for you, and this is about Mill Performance Index, Achievements and Data Analysis by Mr. Yoch, Technical Team Head of Cotton Council International USA. Please welcome Mr. Yoch, everyone.
We have a microphone? Yes, we do have a microphone. Thank you very much for the introduction, and welcome. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here again, speaking at TexTalks. Thank you very much. I hope I know the word. Laser, yeah. TexTalks conference last year. I skipped that one, but I was here 2 years ago, and I'm in the country again since Monday. We did a survey already, and we spoke on Wednesday in Karachi, and today we are here. And I want to come back quickly, before I start my presentation, I want to come quickly back to Will's mentioning of the mill exchange program. This is a very, very interesting thing where Pakistani mills, and we had also some guests from Bangladesh, were visiting, thank you very much, visiting Turkey. And the first thing, and some of the participants, I think they are here amongst us today, and the first thing that they were asking when they entered the factory was, where are the people? So, and my presentation is also about labor productivity. You will hear labor productivity. You will see where Pakistan stands in terms of labor productivity in our MPI Mill Performance Index program. And also you will see where Pakistan stands in machine productivity. Well, let's start. My presentation contains a short introduction of the MPI program itself. So many of you know the program very well, participating already, but for those that don't know anything about it, I have at least a short introduction. Usually I have a presentation of its own to really introduce all the functions and features of this program. It takes too much time, so I go quickly through it, that at least you have an idea what this program is all about. And then we're coming to the main part of my presentation, the analysis of data, Pakistan versus the rest of the world, and finally I have a summary. But let us start in the spirit of video clips. Will, right, Olympics, I have another one to add, and this one goes like this. Wow, quite powerful, isn't it? So I like particularly the scene when the Formula One car comes in at the the finish line and has the nose from. And this is symbolic. This is Pakistan, actually, because you will see it in a second. As far as labor productivity is concerned, you are really world champion. Congratulations. Now, let's have a look at the benchmarking program itself first. As I said, short introduction. So what is this all about? The MPI is something similar like the USTR statistics. The USTR statistics is a benchmarking program. I don't need to explain it. If you want to know, as a spinner, if you want to know where your quality level is, you go into the USTR statistics, and then you put in your IPIs, and it will tell you whether you belong to the 5 best spinning mills in the world, or you rather belong to 95%. That means everyone can do it. So the USTR statistics is the accepted benchmarking tool in the industry, and we want to create something similar like USTR, but not for quality, nothing to do with quality at all. We are going for operation. So we are measuring 5 KPIs, and we let you anonymously, nobody knows who is who, only what people would see with a country label, PK for Pakistan, for example, nothing else, no mill names or something. And it lets you compare your performance in those 5 KPIs with your mills in your country and also other mills worldwide. Now, let's have a look at it. I get confused now with the things here. Right, so this is the dashboard. We call that the dashboard, and you have seen in the spirit of this movie, right, a lot of tachometer, speed, performance, competition, and talked about the 5 key performance indicators. They are right here: material yield, we have machine productivity, this is on article level, we have efficiency management on unit level, labor productivity, energy management, and the whole thing works for ring and rotor. You see this animation switches back and forth. And just to explain, the big number in the middle, that would be representing the ranking. So here this mill ranks 52, but you don't know how many mills participating, so it's always better to look at the percentile, 46% or 50%, and the percentile has to be read in the reverse way like USTR. USTR, the lower the value, the better your performance, but in our case, the higher the value, the better. If you have 100%, you're number 1. So, and then we have here the US cotton simulator, US cotton ratio simulator, and with that tool, this is actually why we came up with such a thing, why we provide such a tool for you, because now with the tool and with the data that the participants key in, we have hard facts, proven data, fact or proven data that shows that the higher the US cotton ratio is in a given blend, the better the performance, the better the ranking. Now, if you click on one of those tachometer, you would go down into the next level. And the next level here, we talk about yields. So we break down the yield. This is, some, for example, comb. We break it down in hard waste and winding, comb and oil, card waste, blow room waste, rest waste. And then you can compare where you stand in all these categories. And of course, the total yield in this case would be 73.1, and the mill would hit 61 percentile. And that is also very important because we have an apple-to-apple comparison. This is a filter box where we are comparing only the same material clusters with each other, or also when it comes to labor productivity, of course, we compare only mills that are working in the same average count cluster than their peers. You cannot compare a denim mill with an average count of 12, for example, with someone who is on the fine side with a 40s. They're totally playing in a different league. Also, what we separate are the so-called drugstore mills and the Formula One mills. A drugstore mill, and that shouldn't sound disrespectful, a drugstore mill is a mill that produces 1,000 of different articles, all sorts of blends, millions of counts, and the Formula One mill, and we have Formula One mills in Pakistan. I have seen a mill that produces 1 article on 32 machines, just like that. 5, 6, 7 articles. So this is a Formula One mill, and also Formula One mills need to be compared with Formula One mills, and the drugstore mill need to be compared with a drugstore mill. Well, and this is the lowest level of the program, and this is, for me as a spinner, the most important and the most interesting data that I get out here. For example, the white bar represents my mill. I am 148, represents 26, so I'm really rather on the bottom. We're looking at the 40s count, It is a, what is it, comb cotton, yes. The twist factor is 3.6, comb cotton 38 millimeter. My ring, I'm in Pakistan, 16,300 RPM, only 55 ends down. Okay, 32 meter per second traveler speed. But I want to know, what are the front runners doing? What are the mills doing that are number one? And you can see here the number one in the system at this moment achieves 23.9 gram per spindle hours at 100% efficiency, 100% efficiency. 40 count, of course, 3.5 is the alpha value, 36 millimeter ring, 23,900 spindle speed, 40 ends down per 1,000 spindles hours, and 45 meter per second travel speed. This is all that you need to know. All that you need to know. And then you see where you are and where you want to go. Because where do you want to go? You can use our history view. So we give the participants the opportunity to key in the data on a monthly basis. Right? Every month you can key in. And then you can see your progress that you make. For example, you want to achieve a certain target. And the beauty of this is here, the white line represents your own results, and the blue line, these are the results of the average of the reference group. The average of the reference group, and as long as the white line is above the blue line, the world is okay, because that means that you are better than the average. That's where you want to be. Right, so this is the history view. And then, last but not least, this is more of a marketing thing for US Cotton. Every 2 years we have the summit in the US. This time it's in California, very soon in November. And we will announce that in the next one, also means in 2 years from now, we will have an award which we call the Golden Cone or the Golden Spindle or something like that. And then we will give an award for the best performing mill in this program. And how that works is that you see here again the 5 KPIs. And we will calculate points for each KPI group. We add the points, and then we make a ranking. And then you can see where you are in this top 10 list. And again, you see the US Cotton ratio, the country, and the points. That's it. And the whole thing is also available on mobiles, right? Works the same thing. While you're in the car on the way to the mill, you can just check performance of your mill or others. Right. So that was it. Now, let's come to the main point quickly. I have prepared for you an analysis out of the MPI. Pakistan, how does Pakistan perform versus the rest of the world? Good. So first of all, you need to know who is participating, from which mills, from which country we have gathered all those data. And then you see here the mills, there's a list. Pakistan is number one, 34 mills out of 49 units. I mean, a mill may have 2 or 3 units, right? So multiple units. Thailand, Bangladesh, you can read it for yourself. In total, we have 104 mills. It translates into 140 units, right? So this is where the data come from. And now let's start chart by chart. Easy to read. This one is the productivity, the machine productivity for cotton yarns and CVC TC yarns. So also polyester yarns are included, so you can also put in your polyester-based products in the system. This is the average count for all the regions. So Pakistan, SAG means South Asia, that is Bangladesh and India is left. LAM is Latin America. CEA and CU, CEA is Southeast Asia, and CU is only Turkey actually. And again, here is the count range, so that means the white dots, they are almost at the same line, so comparable, and it shows clearly, that's what I see, nose, finish line, Pakistan performs the best. 35.6 gram per spindle hour for an average count, so all the articles together, which lies somewhere around, whatever, 27 or something. SAG, 30.44, and Latin America is the lowest. And this will be a pattern. You will see now, watch Latin America. Next one. So we break it now, we break it up a bit more. So this was total average count. Now we break it into average count clusters. So this one is 16 and coarser. Average count is something like 15 here, yeah? Then we have 16 to 24. We have 24 to 32, and then we have finer as 32. And then again, you see the average count here. And what we compare now is Pakistan versus the rest of the world. In all categories, ahead. 38% more productivity, 22%, 12%, 12% more productivity. Now we break it further down. We go to article level. Now we have a look at 12 carded, some strong articles, 20s carded, 30s combed, 40s combed, again, rest of the world. Easy to read, 60% more productivity. Great, 60% more productivity in Pakistan, 24, 26, and 21 for the finer count. And now, last but not least, we break the regions further down that you can see where does Pakistan stand versus not only the rest of the world. This is a big area, so we break it down into SAG, South Asia, means this is your value compared to Bangladesh and India, combined, Latin America again, and Southeast Asia and Central Europe. Again, Latin America, the lowest, and this reflects a 20s carded, by the way. This is the value for a 20s carded, again, Pakistan, with the highest output in gram per spindle hour. Well, now, this is 30s combed, again, by region. Same story, Pakistan best, LAM the lowest one. This is a 30s combed. And what else we have? Finally, a 40s combed, same picture, 20.2 gram per spindle hours versus 18, 15, and 17. Now, where is that coming from? Of course, clearly coming from the ring. And now this is the surprising thing. If you look, that was so surprising for me when we started to also go in the region in Latin America, that we found that these guys are using rings that are way, way too big, at least for this, a 41 ring in average for 32, finer than 32. Wow. Whew. Yeah, so, I mean, Pakistan sits at 32 in average. Of course, there is no 32 millimeter ring, but it's the average. So that means you're using 36 millimeter rings and 38 millimeter rings. Also here in this region, Pakistan with 38 average, 39 millimeter average ring, and here we have a 43. Only in that particular part, the rest of the world means this is mainly, there is a mill from Bangladesh that uses a 40 millimeter ring for all the course counts for whatever reason. That brings the thing a little bit down here. But these values are more representative, more reasonable. And again, you can see clearly that Pakistan is using the smallest rings, and Latin America, the highest ring. Now you may ask, why are they doing that? I guess the reason is when I talked to them, they said, okay, we are more flexible, and also, the machine manufacturers, they're not encouraging them to go for a smaller ring and squeeze out, because that needs really a lot of experience, knowledge. It's not so easy to run 24,500. You need to have the right cotton, you need to have the right settings, that you are able to run that fine count of 40s with that high speed is not so easy. Nobody can do that right away. So it's an easy way to go for a 40 millimeter ring, 42 millimeter ring, and then spin it with 17,500 or whatever. Right, so let's have a look at the average spindle speed. Average spindle speed, Pakistan is 16,300, 13,700 for the rest of the world. Average count, again, is picture here, the white dots average count, talking about 25 or something. And then we have average spindle speed for combed, 18,700 versus 15,900. And that, of course, paired with the twist multiplier in the ring diameter gives you your output. Now, let's talk about quickly yield. Now, the whole thing shows us an opposite picture. The yield of Pakistani mills compared to, the rest of the world is this one here. It's a bit confusing now with this orange. The orange bar shows the average ratio of US cotton. So that means you achieve 86.3% yield for carded, with using 15% of US cotton in the blends, usually, in average. And the rest of the world achieves 89.8% yield with an average of 47% US cotton in the blend. And that's clearly, Pakistani cotton yield, I don't need to explain, you know that yourself. Then we have combed yield. Pakistan is running at 70%, 70.3% yield with 32% US cotton. That means also clearly in Pakistan you use the US cotton or imported cotton more for the finer combed count rather than for carded, which makes perfectly sense. And also the rest of the world is running at still higher with 72.2% in average and 41% of the US cotton share. Then energy consumption. Now, again, Pakistan higher consumes more energy than the rest of the world. In the fine count, 35%, you can see that here, and it's also easy to explain because of the speed, right? Now you may think, and I talked to some of you already, mill owners and mill managers, what is better now? Still squeezing and pump with 14 cents per kilowatt hour or reduce, right? Save energy costs. Now the thing is just simple. The extra revenue that you are making, right, with pumping, the extra revenue that you're making, is there enough meat to cover for the extra electricity that you spend? I think yes, and I haven't seen any mill here in Pakistan yet that purposely reduced the speed because they said, I make more money if I reduce it and I save on energy. And by the way, I hope that this thing with the energy cost is solved very soon in your favor. Right, so this energy cost. Then we have HOK. HOK means working hours per 100 kg. How many working hours a mill consumes to produce 100 kg. And here you also need to read it the opposite side, the opposite way. It's not that Pakistan has 72% higher labor productivity. No, the HOK are 72% higher. That means you have a 72% more hours you have to consume to produce the 100 kilo of yarn. So that means your labor productivity is lower by 72%, 42%, 41%, and 7%. And that's what I said initially, right? When we went into the Turkish mills and people were saying, where are the people? And of course, in Turkey, labor costs, we ask, these are all the data that you are able to ask your peers in the other countries when we do the MEP, Mill Exchange Program. We were asking, what is your labor cost now, cost to country in Turkey? And they told us $1,200. And you yourself, you know your cost. Pakistani mills, they answered them because they were asking, and you, in your country, what is the cost there? And then they said 185. And they were like, oh my God, okay, good. So it was interesting. But here you see this is also clearly demonstrated with the labor productivity. Now, I think that's almost everything. Last thing is efficiency. Efficiency that's a production efficiency, 94% for Pakistan, SAG a little bit better, 82% in SAE. Production efficiency is just based on the ring spinning frame. So how much comes out from the ring spinning frame? Deducted all the losses, downtimes, doffing, travel change, preventive maintenance, and so on and so forth. And now we come, that's the next point. The next thing is OEE. So OEE, the calculation is you take your production efficiency and multiply it with a factor that represents your spindle usage. So say you have 50,000 spindles installed, you use 50,000 spindles, factor is 1. 50,000 spindles installed, you use only 30,000, 20,000 are shut down for the moment, then the factor would be 0.8. And then you can see the results. Pakistan best, 92, together with Latin America. So Latin America is good with utilization, OEE. 87, and the worst is Southeast Asia. That comes mainly from mills in Indonesia and Thailand. They really, during those bad times, they shut down. You know, they have 50 machines, 20 shut down for the moment, plastic over it. Sad to see. This is now TEEP. This is the last slide. TEEP means total efficiency, total effective equipment performance. And this is just multiplied the OEE with the ratio of the working days available in a year, 365. If you run 365, it's 1. 365 the year has. If you run only 350, then the factor is not 0.92 or something. And then you reach this TEEP, 87, 85, 79, and Latin America performs the best in this category. Well, and now summary. So please, if you're interested, talk to Maza. we're more than happy to sign you up. We come, we don't leave you alone with entering all the data. I send one of our team members to you in the mill. It takes a day, right? And then after that one day, work and key in the data. You need to configure your machines and everything. After one day, you know exactly where you stand, and they can use it from there. And again, why we did it, what is in it for US cotton, and that's this. Because, as I said earlier, because of the hard data that we get now, we can prove that with a higher percentage of US cotton in your blend, you will have increased labor productivity, better running conditions, less ends down, higher yield in combed and carded yarns, higher machine productivity in gram per spindle hour. We talked about that. And this is also coming, of course, from higher spindle speed. So with this, I think I'm at the end. Yeah, thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. Thank you very much. Of course. Of course, Mr. Tariq. Is there a microphone? We need a microphone. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Microphone.
Now, if you have American cotton running in 2 mills, right, and this in one mill they're using a very high, having a very high RPM on their machines, and the other one isn't, right?
Yes.
But the cotton is American with the same specs. Would it give the same specifications on the yarn?
Oh no, this.
I mean, I'm talking about quality.
This has all. I mean, you know, the conditions of the machines also have an influence, especially on the yarn quality, right? You're asking whether the yarn quality is the same cotton specification, 2 different type of machine, speed even the same?
No, everything else is the same. The quality of machine is the same.
Uh-huh.
The quality of cotton is the same.
Yes.
But one is running slow speed and the other one is really going fast. Would it have the same quality specifications?
Should be same machines. If you say that the machines
But
are the same,
higher speed. One is on a very high speed.
The machine that has the higher speed versus the other one will show an inferior yarn quality. That's it. You have to, you cannot have both the 5 cents and the bread bun. So
Okay.
we've seen that with higher speeds, you have to trade something, especially hairiness.
Anything else apart from hairiness?
Yeah, I think that the IPIs as well, I think NEPs, thin, thick, will also be higher with the speed.
Yeah, you see, as you know that we have a very high energy tariff rate in this country, and slowing down the machines to get, let's say, get rid of hairiness or other qualities, it really doesn't make any costing sense. We lose a hell of a lot on fine accounts if you really reduce the speeds.
I would not reduce the speed either. So if I were in this environment, I would run a mill here, I would also run, but I would need to calculate. It can be calculated easily with the financing department. Yeah. What is better? P&L, you will see what is your turnover with your higher productivity, right? So what's your turnover? And then you deduct your operational costs, right? And energy will be higher, but then you still see whether there is, what is your bottom line doing?
Yeah, but I think all other factors, if you really cost out all the other factors, unfortunately, because of a very high tariff rate, we still gain by running it on high speeds.
Right. Right. Okay. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you. I have a question related to a lot of increase in lyocell consumption here in Pakistan market. As we were discussing that US fiber is mostly used in finer counts, have you seen any decrease in consumption of US cotton in Pakistan market in the last couple of years, having said that increase of lyocell fiber?
No, we haven't made that market research. I can't tell you anything about that. Absolutely no.
Okay.
No.
And my second question is, as we have seen the yield figures over here,
Yield, yes.
you have shown only 3 and 3.5% difference versus local cotton and the US cotton. As far as the trash figures are concerned, our local cotton is much inferior as compared to US. So the difference should be, in my point of view, much higher.
Sir, don't forget, I have to say this now, unfortunately, there's also Brazilian cotton that you guys are using. So this average where it's showing only 15% US cotton ratio and 3% lower yields, so 85% must be something else. But it's not that these 85% are all Pakistani cotton. I cannot tell you because we're not asking for non-US cotton, what is the share of Brazil, what is the share of Pakistan, what is the share of Greek or whatever. So, but 100% there is a big portion of other imported cotton in there, which is Brazil. And, with Brazilian cotton, I stopped talking here.
Fair enough. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right? So I think we have to continue because I think we've run a bit of, two more. I don't know, Yusuf, tell me how much.
Well, my question is that generally there is a perception and in the garment industry, people don't prefer US cotton from dyeability point of view and from the shade variation point of view. They prefer Pakistani cotton. What is the genuine reason behind this?
Talking about shade variation, right? Yeah, that's my favorite. Yeah, that's our favorite topic that we talk about. Pakistani cotton, look at the map where Pakistani cotton comes from. Very small region, right? Growing conditions, all the same, more or less. Not much variation. So the cotton comes out, soil conditions, weather, similar. So it comes out more or less the same. Now you look at the US cotton belt. 6,000, you know the better, 6,500 miles or something from east to west. Totally different soil conditions, weather conditions, everything, right? So now it depends on what you buy. If you buy green card, based on green card, and you give the merchants a very narrow range, like I want only Texas cotton, right? I want only 36, 3, 35 or 36 or whatever. Micronair has to be 4.2 to 4.8 or whatever. You give them that narrow specification, then you get Pakistani cotton, same narrow area, right? But if you buy a description and you give them a little bit more, space for assembling the shipment, then you get a higher variation. But I don't want to say that this is a bad thing to do, right? So many people buying on description, but when they get this higher variation, when the shipment comes in the mill, they do their own testing, and then they segregate the bales into the right category, right? So they may have bales that go very well for open end, they may have bales that are very, very good for a denim yarn, and then some bales are perfectly fine for finer counts. Does that answer your question somewhat?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, where are we?
Yeah, here.
Here. Ah, whoa. Huh? Right there.
Yeah. This is me, Mohammed. I'm representing Pakistan Hosiery Manufacturers Association. I'm the chairman of that association, which represents all the garments factories in Pakistan. Mm-hmm. My question is a little educational one, great orientation you have given. In your slide, you were showing SAG, and repeatedly you were saying India and Bangladesh.
Yes.
Could you enlighten us with how many spinning mills are there in Bangladesh?
It was actually on the slide. I don't know it by heart, but it was in one of the slides. But I think the mills from India and Bangladesh combined are probably 20, 22 or something like that.
No. I wanted to request you to single out the Bangladesh.
Single what?
Bangladesh ones.
Bangladesh. I think Bangladesh was like at the range of 12.
Okay.
12 is Bangladesh, but it's good that you asked this. Now I showed you we have 105 mills. This program stands and falls with the number of mills participating, right? And today we are at 105. Our target for the end of next year, 2025, is to have at least 250 active mills. So we need to grow the number of participants, and only then the program becomes more and more meaningful.
Thank you.
And our program also will grow. That's a difference to USTA. If you compare to USTA, USTA is a static thing. They collect every 5 years, they collect samples, they test it, they put it in USTA 2013, 2018, 2023. Nothing happens in 5 years. Our program will grow and will become more meaningful week by week.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very welcome. I think this is it now, right? Good. All right. Thank you very much. And then with this, I give that back. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Mr. Yoch. Now it's time for our first panel discussion of this conference. And this panel discussion, the topic of this discussion is Tearing the Pot, Flavorful Solution for Navigating Challenges and Future Opportunities in the Field of Fibers. And to moderate this session, I would like to call Mr. Mazhar Mirza from Cotton Council International. Please on stage. And our panelists for this very interesting session are Mr. Carlos Gracia, Director of Sales, Plains Cotton Cooperative Association. The next panelist is Mr. Boss Stephenson, Senior Vice President, Omni Cotton. Mr. Cameron Austin, GM Birmingham Marketing. And Mr. Asif Inam, Chairman, All Pakistan Textile Mill Association.
Hello.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. So are we going to have Mr. Asif Inam also available on Zoom call with us? Well, yeah. Assalamu alaikum Asif bhai.
Welcome.
Thank you very
Sorry,
much.
तो appointment आ गए थे तो मुझे निकलना पड़ा था.
Chalo, thank you very much for being with us. So, inshallah, we will have a nice discussion from your experience as well. Asif Sahab, just a short introduction of him. He is just finished his tenure as a Central APTMA chairman and very well expert in cotton business. Thank you very much for being with us. And also thank you for the US cotton merchants, exporters, your dedication to come here in Pakistan with the textile industry. So without any further, I'm going to start. So the first thing, I ask you the question. So how have the past 10 years reshaped the global cotton industry, and what key trends do you forecast in the next decade?
Well, first of all, let me see if you can hear me. Is this working okay? First of all, I'd just like to say thank you so much for having us here at this event. It's really our pleasure to be here from the US. Actually, we're not just here from the US, all three of us are actually here from Texas, so it's even more specific than just the US. And I do want to apologize that the beginning of this presentation doesn't start with an amazing, exciting video like the previous one as well. But what challenges have we seen over the last 10 years? What changes have we seen? Really, the overarching themes, I think, would be we've seen an increased focus on sustainability and traceability. And so what do I mean by that? The cotton industry right now is under a period of redefinition where we are starting to document, outline, and improve on all of the standards that we have in our production practices around the world. A lot of you are seeing that now in all the different sustainability programs you're participating in, whether it's BCI or, as we discussed earlier, U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol, which is our program in the United States. This has been the focus of the change, I would say. In terms of global trade in the world, there has been something of a reshuffling. We've seen the business move from China, which was the center of the cotton universe and in some ways still is today, to many other markets around the world. Pakistan has become so much more of an important partner and center of the cotton industry worldwide, and we're very happy to see that, and that's why we're here today. I think those are probably the largest changes that we've seen, really this big increase on sustainability and traceability and this new shift away from China as the central hub of consumption in the world.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So Cameron, are we facing a supply chain gap at the moment for natural fiber, especially the cotton? And what could be the corrective actions we should take?
Thanks, Azra. I knew you were going to give me the hardest question. So I'm from Texas, as Bo said, but originally I was born in Australia. And looking out across this big crowd, I know how the Australian batsmen felt when they were facing Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis. It's quite intimidating. I think the supply chain gap obviously comes from the volatility we have in our production globally. You know, for the last 2 or 3 years, we have expected very large or larger crops in America, and unfortunately the climate has not been helpful for us, and the rains, specifically in Texas, have not been very accommodating. So instead of having these large exportable surpluses and crops of 17 million, we have been down to the smallest crop last year in Texas in about 40 years. And unfortunately, I'm sure that impacts a lot of your spinning plans, where last year you used 75% US cotton, and this year, unfortunately, we're unable to supply the qualities that you bought the previous year. I guess on the positive side of that, the US does have a good support program for their farmers, so there will always be cotton grown in the US, of that I'm sure. And specifically in Texas, we are sort of fortunate that cotton is a very tough plant, and Texas is a very tough place to grow other crops. So cotton will always be grown in Texas as well, because it is one of the few things that grows very well out there. Globally, I guess you all know that Brazil has overtaken the US as the major exporter in the world. And I guess from a supply chain factor, they will be there to cover a lot of the gaps. You know, they also are very, sustainable, and they seem to be able to produce those large volumes every year. So.
All right. Is there also something from the current region, like India, we cannot buy any cotton as a Pakistan, but from China, they have to keep them. But do you have any? Let's see if Asif Inam is there. Asif bhai, are you with us?
Yes.
So Asif bhai, regarding the Pakistan cotton situation, so what kind of challenges we are facing in Pakistan textile industry, because you are also the currently chairman of APMA, and we see you a lot in the media also. Thank you very much for your support. So, and today in terms of sourcing raw material, what are the main challenges for Pakistan textile industry?
Actually, our main challenge at the moment is viability. Because of the very high energy cost, especially for the spinning sector, it has almost become unviable to spin yarn. And that has, one way or the other, shown up in imports of yarn and many other fabrics even. Now the best news, good news is that today I have received from a very high level meeting that within 1 month, inshallah, the renegotiation process with the IPP will be concluded, and inshallah we'll be looking forward for a tariff which will be less than 9 cents. Inshallah. So if that happens, inshallah. So this will be a game changer, and I think so we will be back to our vigor when we can compete and consume a lot of cotton. We had a potential of about if you were talking 3 years ago, we were talking about 22 million local bales, and now God knows we are 10, 12, or 14, whatever. So this will help a lot in increasing cotton production in Pakistan. And as far as the question you asked the other gentleman, that what in 10 years has happened to cotton. The worst thing that could have happened to cotton was a negative marketing and I will say a false marketing by polyester regenerated as sustainable. Now, if polyester has 1,000 years life and out of it you process it once from a PET bottle, it doesn't make it a sustainable. It won't go away for another 1,000 years. So this is a challenge that we all from the cotton industry should take it seriously, and we should defend it that they can use it at recycle, but they can't use it as sustainable because only the natural fiber which degrades and doesn't affect the environment is cotton and other fibers which are biodegradable. So, and in Pakistan, this year we have again a short crop, and if the industry revives, we see good chances of sustaining good consumption. From the domestic side, we are still lacking research and in research. So 2.5 times yield about 15 years ago vis-a-vis India, and now we have seen that we are at par or despite being rent-fed. So there is a big room for us to improve there also, and where the world has gone in terms of technology, and we can utilize same technologies. I hope so that sooner or later this will be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif Bhai. I think that's very good news because I know you have been very engaged with the current government, also with the Prime Minister, and if this good news comes up that our textile industry is going to get electricity by 9 cents, that's really a big news. Thank you. So Carlos, coming back to you, how do you anticipate the increasing demand of innovative natural fiber and evolving in the coming years based on the needs of brands and retailers, because they are asking everything. They need to know a lot of things, traceability, so...
Yeah, I think kind of to expand on what Bo said, I think sustainability is a big topic now, and I think that really plays into the natural fibers of the world, and especially cotton. In the U.S., we're very fortunate that we have the permanent bale identification number, which is tied to each individual bale has its own identification, and with that identification comes all the data for that for that bale of cotton, the data that the mills need to spin it, the quality that they need, all the different parameters. But it also has, through the U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol and other programs in the U.S., it has the data on the sustainability story, the different types of regenerative practices that are practiced on those farms that comes with those bales. The different data on greenhouse gas emissions, on carbon sequestration. So all this information that is very relevant and very beneficial to tell our story, to hopefully make it the preferred fiber in the world. And regulations around I think Mr. Asaf mentioned, there's regulations that are coming that are going to require that we look at the sustainability of the fibers that we're using, of the textile industry, and I think it plays in our favor. The biggest obstacle, as Cameron mentioned, is the volatility, because we are a natural fiber. We depend on Mother Nature. 80% or maybe a little around 80% of our crop is dependent on rain. So there's going to be volatility in production. You've seen it in Pakistan. We've seen it in the U.S., especially with Hurricane Helene now, and then as Cameron mentioned, the drought in Texas and us having a smaller crop, India having a smaller crop as well. So the volatility is there, and it obviously impacts prices. So that's one challenge that we will have to look to is maybe stabilizing our price so that there's not as much volatility.
Well, that's great, but the challenge is still that the brands and they are asked too much, and they don't probably understand really, because the natural fiber depending a lot on the rain, on the weather. Like in local crop Pakistan, we also got a lot of disturbance here, and Texas is the same. Asif bhai, are we with you? Asif bhai? So, yep, then Bo, I'll come to you, because
Sure.
if Mr. Asif is not. So what is the potential of regenerative cotton farming in capturing and storing carbon, and how could this decrease the risk of climate change, because this is something.
Look, I think regenerative cotton, regenerative agriculture is just one piece of the sustainable puzzle. I don't necessarily think it's going to be the end-all solution for solving climate change or anything like that, but certainly it's a step in the right direction. There are countless farmers in the U.S. That have begun regenerative farming practices that are getting certifications there. I think it's taking over the world, really, in some places. It's become the new base standard for sustainability in some regions. It's an interesting program because they're able to start to measure some of the carbon recapture that's happening through the process of using these new practices. But I think it's just one piece of the journey that we have ahead of us to tell the story about why cotton is more sustainable than some other fibers that we could be using. It's an interesting piece, but again, I think it's just going to be one piece of the puzzle as we move forward.
Yeah, and I'd like to add, these practices that we're talking about, the regenerative practices, are practices that our growers and pretty much growers around the world have been implementing for a very long time. So
Yeah.
it's not anything new that we're doing, especially in the U.S. It's just practices that are now coming into favor. And those practices are there because they benefit the soil, they benefit soil health. And, our growers, our family farms, they want their family, they want their sons, they want their grandsons to come and farm that land as well. So they're doing everything they can to maintain or improve the health of that soil because they want it for their future generations.
I see.
The great thing about that now is those practices trap carbon, and this is what the brands and retailers want. That's what the consumer wants. That's what the governments want around the world in order to battle climate change. So it plays in our favor.
Yeah, that's true. I have also seen this in USA. Asif bhai, this challenge that brands are now giving, so how do you see the Pakistan textile industry and the whole supply chain, starting from spinning, weaving, and also the garment manufacturers? So are we as a country ready for this challenge, new demands of sustainability or requirement from the brands?
Yeah, actually, this is a very natural process, and so one of the few things which will favor us and our future generation. There are already regenerative farming has started. Basically, it's going back 70, 80 years when our ancestors used to practice farming. It's just like how to naturally revitalize soil and everything and use minimum of pesticides and artificial fertilizer. And I think so it's a great way to sustain, and it will not only sustain the climate in terms of carbon, but it will sustain the soil for a long term. And already work has started in Pakistan.
Okay, that's good news. So if we are able to do that up to the farm level traceability in Pakistan, I think that would be a good tool to sell to the brands, especially for the garment manufacturers. So Cameron, how can digitalization enhance the traceability and transparency in the world of cotton? So what are the barriers to adopt this change? Again, brands.
For the traceability.
Traceability, yeah.
So I guess the difficulty brands have is coming back to where the farm, where their product is coming from. As Carlos said, the good thing about American cotton is that we have the permanent bale indicator. So when you receive every bale, you see the gin,
yeah,
and it has a gin bale number. So that gin, you know exactly what region in America that came from. And as Carlos also said, it has a HVI class that goes with that. So with the US bale, you do get very region-specific traceability on that. And the merchants supply that information very readily, and now you can push it through the trust protocol system, and that will eventually help you, prove, I guess, that it's not from areas where people don't want their product to come from, and should allow you to come into the US and to Europe quite easily, and that should satisfy the brands, I think.
Yeah, I'd say we at times get requests from customs in the U.S. to help verify the origin of some shipments that may be coming back. And I think this process, there's going to be increased pressure moving forward that there maybe is a more certifiable or traceable way to walk back through the supply chain and ensure that the origin of these products is in fact where they are. So I'm sure this is going to be a conversation that's not going to go away. In fact, it continues to get louder and louder in our office, and certainly in the United States. The products that we're bringing in there are coming under intense scrutiny. We have a program there now that allows a large percentage of some of our imports to come in a bit under the radar, called de minimis program, that's potentially, hopefully, going away down the line, and that's going to shine a light on the supply chain to a degree that we haven't seen in a while. And I think when this happens, the retailers are really going to be putting pressure downstream on all of us, down to the farmer level, to make sure that we have receipts for everything that we've bought and moved through the chain. So I think a program like Trust Protocol is perfect to set a standard for moving through the supply chain, but certainly it's going to continue to be under scrutiny.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the advantages of U.S. cotton is it's one of the few cottons in the world that has every bale of cotton individually classed by an organization that is standardized across the cotton belt. So with that information, with that PBI, you're getting data specific to that grower, to that bale of the practices, the inputs that were used in that bale, as long as it's coming through the U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol. As we grow that program from 25 to 35 to hopefully at some point over 50%, every bale that Pakistan buys could potentially have that information, so that you can then safely tell the brands, this comes from the U.S., you can export it to the U.S. without any issues, especially with all the scrutiny that we're getting from the Uyghur forced labor and issues in China, some of the issues in Brazil with deforestation and things like that. So that is something that I think benefits you as a user of U.S. cotton.
All right. So Asaf bhai, based on this, because we cannot use 100% US cotton for all our consumptions and requirements of the textile sector, so we have to use local cotton and other origins as well. So what do you feel the challenge the Pakistan textile industry would have with regard to traceability and verification of the data? So as a Pakistan textile industry, what we can do, the solution on that?
Yeah, actually, this traceability, we are already working with our government, because this traceability will help us in uncovering the undocumented sector. So we are in active consideration with the government for RFD identification for like nanoparticles into the cotton, where we can trace back to the gens and where the cotton has come from. This will help the government in revenue and also will curtail the undocumented sector. So this is positive, and we are also working on it. And as far as cotton is concerned, hardly any cotton is imported into Pakistan. If something comes, it's a fine count for local consumption, and I don't think so. Apart from recent surge, there is everybody avoids these. At the moment, the issue is only of China, when unfortunately forced labor is used. But as far as I know, the entire cotton is machine picked. So I don't know what's pick it up. So anyway, it's a political tool and part of sanction regimes. But I don't think so that people avoid that, especially exporters. And I'm quite confident, unless somebody deliberately do it, Pakistan is free from all these things.
Okay, great. So, Bo, Pakistan is a big market for you guys, for the US cotton. We have been since last many years at number 2, number 3 market for use of US cotton in the world. And what do you see about this market overall, the current scenario and the future? And do you think there's going to be any other market you people are going to explore?
Yeah, look, that's right. Pakistan is a big market for the U.S. And I would say for this crop year, so right now we're in the 24-25 crop year in the U.S. We keep track of all the export sales that we make as we go. 20% of all the sales that we have on the books out of the U.S. are to Pakistan. So Pakistan's not just a big market for us. Pakistan is actually the biggest market for the United States as it stands right now. Last few years, Pakistan has also been in the top 3, the top 4. Every year, it's one of, if not the most important counterparty for the U.S. cotton industry. What we grow in the U.S., I think, fits well with the market that you have here. Of course, you guys have been watching the weather that we have in the U.S. We've had a number of storms recently towards the latter half of the growing season. This gives us a range of qualities. I think this year we're going to have a significant amount of 41s. So I think that fits perfectly with what you would typically consume here. Every time I come to Pakistan and I visit the mills and I meet all of you, I always come away thinking this is the place where all of the magicians do business, because somehow you're able to take so many different kinds of cotton, you're able to find value and so many different qualities of cotton in your spinning operations. And I think this is going to be a year, frankly, where you're going to be able to find some value in the cotton that we have in the U.S. because we're going to have a little bit of lower grade cotton due to all these storms. We have, as Carlos mentioned, we have a hurricane that's kind of tearing down on the east coast of the U.S. right now, up through Florida, through the Georgia and the Carolinas. We're going to have 41s this year. And because we're going to have 41s, they're going to come to you at a discount. And so I hope that's an opportunity that you'll be looking for as we get deeper into the season. Moving forward, I think, the U.S., our business partners sometimes reflect our political landscape. And of course, we can remember that during the last Trump administration, we had some counterparty issues, I guess I could say, with certain countries. And we lost market share in China, for example. And I think that's a big opportunity for us to realign ourselves and our export market with a place like Pakistan. And I think this is the year that we can do it. And like I said, we're already off to a great start. 20% of all sales out of the U.S. so far are to Pakistan. It's the #1 destination by sales volume for this current crop. So we have some great momentum behind us, and I hope we can carry on.
Cameron, this is a question out of the box. You have first time in Pakistan, so I just very short, because we love to ask the guests who is coming first time, what is your opinion, especially you have been to the city area today, so this is your 4th day in Pakistan, so how's your feeling?
Yeah, look,
generally about the market and then the people.
I've really enjoyed the trip. This is my first time. I've been to India and Bangladesh before, but for some reason never made it to Pakistan. So we literally had a survey. The American cotton shippers had a survey, and they said, which countries, if you were invited, where would you go? And I had, Pakistan as my #1. So as soon as I got asked, I very quickly said yes. And look, it's been a really good trip. I love that the mills, you can see a lot of mills very quickly. So I think I visited individually 11 mills already in this trip. I'm very happy that you all speak English very well. It makes communication very well, as opposed to a trip that I do to Vietnam or China. Is much harder to communicate, and I walk away from these meetings understanding basically what my customers want. I was very fortunate this morning to go around Old Town Lahore, and I think once the restoration that is happening at the moment is fantastic. I've been through Turkey and through Istanbul and seen some of that history, and this is just as good as that. So the sooner you get the word out, I think you will get a lot of international tourists to look at it. It was fantastic.
This is the challenge actually for the country. We
Yes.
have educated people. They are very friendly. They want to talk. Last week I was in Turkey and it was little difficult to speak English with the Turkish people. They wanted to talk. So we need to have somebody who has to translate. But in Pakistan, you need not to translate. So
Yeah,
you can
it's
talk
a
to
big
anyone.
advantage.
Yeah.
It's a big advantage.
So thank you very much for your comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mansoor.
It was out of the panel question. So last question, Carlos. What are the overseas customers' requirements? Mainly, you are the one who are dealing with the cotton, and other than Pakistan, selling to a lot of other rest of the world. So what are their main challenges, and how you are regarding the raw material, and how you're trying to cope with future?
Yeah, I think Bo alluded to politically sometimes that has a big impact on some of our markets and where our cotton goes. Obviously, China being the biggest market in the world, and some of the issues that we've had there politically, we're not aligned as well with them. So that creates opportunities for other markets. Pakistan is one of those, but a market where the U.S. has a very small share is Bangladesh, and that's an opportunity there where we may be able to go. And Bangladesh, much like Pakistan, has some issues at the moment with currency, and I think Pakistan is obviously fixing some of those issues with their currency, with their ability to open letters of credit. So I think that's going to create more opportunities for us to move maybe some of that market share or some of that to South Asia. So obviously, we like to sell cotton to our friends, to countries that are friendly, and as Cameron alluded, the people in Pakistan are wonderful. They're friendly. They speak the language for us. It's easy to understand. It's easy to communicate what we do, and every year that, as cotton being a natural fiber,
Yeah.
and it being different every year, we find markets that learn to use the cotton. Pakistani mills are some of the greatest at taking what we produce and making it work. At first, they have problems with it, but then once they get to use it and once they learn to use it, then the next year they're coming back asking for the same things. So obviously there's challenges everywhere, but there's also opportunities, especially in countries like Pakistan.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we open the room for the question from the audience. If someone has any question from the panelists, you are welcome to ask. जी माइक उधर दे दें.
I'm grateful for your very interactive session. My question is to Mr. Asif. He is telling that we have a good news regarding reduction of electricity prices. If government does not allow to have this benefit, do we have any renewable resources to depend upon, like solar energy, to mitigate the losses which we are incurring because of high energy cost? Do we have plan B, or do we have to depend on the government to reduce the prices? If IMF doesn't allow them to do so, what is the plan B for us?
It's a good question. Actually, what happens with these renewables, like solar, that's not something unique to Pakistan. India is doing the same, and they are going to a larger extent because their government allow a lot of reverse metering. Here we are confined to only 1 megawatt. There they can give a lot of solar back to the system. That enables them to utilize more solar than us. So number one, at the moment we are at a disadvantage over them. But still, if you have a base like 15 cent, and at the maximum under current circumstances, we can utilize only 20% or 21%. So it brings down the rate to from 15%, if 15 cent, about 3 cent, 12 cent. Somebody in our competing country with a same solar, he can bring down his cost by utilizing 30% of solar to, let's say, 5 cents. So this competition is on, and our base rate need to be in any case revised, because all these three things like wind and solar, they are available to all over the world. except like these regions where we are producing this yarn and fabrics. It had nothing to do with IMF. It is the result of the negotiation with the IPPs, who have done the plunder with Pakistan, and I think so. It's time for them to be rectified, and I hope so. This will come to an end, and the country will take a fresh start toward a new beginning. And as far as now LCs, etc., everything, there is no problem from the countryside. The only difference is that because of the unviability of the spinning sector, banks are shy to open the LC. So now it's the question of viability. Once the viability is revived, and I think so, we have no other issues but to, inshallah, move in a positive direction.
Actually, this electricity thing, this needs to be corrected. That's what, this is totally imbalanced. If we compare ourselves with the other textile countries, we are far heavily loaded on the cost with them. People are having 7 cents, 8 cents, maximum I think 9 cents. Pakistan is the only country with 15 cents, which is leaving us not to be competitive with the world. So this needs to be corrected in any case if we want to be a manufacturing country. Any other question from any other audience?
Don't let us off too easy.
Assalamu alaikum. Mazhar, my question is with that handsome guy, I don't remember the name.
Bo?
No, everybody is handsome, but the guy, young guy.
The one sitting in the center or?
On the left, on the center, yeah.
Okay, that's you, Bo. Yes.
I try to be apolitical, but you told us that in Trump era, you lost some exports to China. And now it's 5th of November, there's no, again, the elections are being held at USA. And if Trump's come, how do you see your exports of cotton?
Well, I think it depends on what kind of policies he puts in place at the start of his administration. He's been talking about putting a 10% tariff on all imports from day one, which I think is going to trigger some retaliation from some of our trading partners. And I think China's already indicated that there might be some retaliation if that is put into place. So we kind of have a crisis of conscience in the US right now, because so much of the US agricultural sector typically lies on the Republican side of the political spectrum, so maybe would vote for Trump anyway. And as raw material producers in the US, starting a reciprocal trade war is a very dangerous thing for returns, whether we have any kind of subsidy program there or not. And so I think there's a little bit of a worry that he could come into office and be something, at least I'll speak for myself, a little bit of a worry that he could come into office and be something of a wild card. You'll probably remember whenever the trade war started with China during the last administration, prices plummeted. And maybe that was good for spinners in the rest of the world, of course, but it was very bad for US growers, and it introduced a level of volatility into the market that's really tough to manage. Imagine if we're all here buying along at 74, 75 cents, and all of a sudden the world's largest consuming market in China no longer becomes available to the United States, and you have a 15-cent correction. Well, it might be cheaper to buy cotton today, but it makes every other purchase look bad. And so I think we need a steady hand where it comes to international trade and trade policy, so that we can ensure some kind of price stability and level of balance in world trade. So who knows what happens if Trump wins the election? Nobody knows. He doesn't know. Sometimes I think, but it's going to be something to see in the election in November for sure.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you very much, Asif bhai. Thank you for your time being with us.
Thank you, and I would like to add to this question.
I have one more question for Asif bhai.
Actually, we're running out of time. Then there's going to be a break. If you can kindly continue asking the guests, they are here. All right.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
जी आसिफ भाई ठीक है. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you जी.
And sorry for the inconvenience. मैं एक appointment आ गया था तो मुझे आगे पीछे होना पड़ा.
चलो ठीक है. Thank you, so nice of you being with us. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Bo. Thank you, Kamran. And I think during the break, you can talk to the audience later on. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. And now we will take a tea and prayer break. And we're going to welcome you again in precisely 20 minutes. Thank you. Can I have your attention, please? Kindly settle down so that we can restart our conference. I will request you all, please settle down. We have to resume. मैं तमाम गेस्ट से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी, टी ब्रेक का टाइम खत्म हो चुका है. काइंडली अपनी नशिस्तों पे आके बैठ जाएं. People at back, kindly be seated. Once again, I will respect. Please be seated so that we can start. Guys, this is just a tea break. Dinner will be served. Don't worry. Kindly come back to your seats. आप तमाम लोगों को मैं इत्ला करती चलूं कि ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ चाय ब्रेक थी. डिनर अभी बाकी है. Can I request you again, please? Kindly settle down. We have a very, very interesting presentation for all of you. I must say, I think that tea was really fantastic. So welcome back everyone. We are here again. This is TEXTILE and it's 7th International Conference. And I'm your host Farah Hashmi. So moving on to our next and very, very interesting presentation on sustainable future with all the seasons application by Mr. Ismail Jordan of Asia Pacific Rayon. Please welcome Mr. Ismail on stage.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like firstly to express my gratitude to TEXTILE for having this inspiring change event. And I'm glad to be here at Pearl Continental Lahore. It's my first time here in Lahore, my first time in Pakistan as well. And I spent a few days in Karachi a few days ago, and I just arrived in Lahore yesterday. So it's been a great few weeks in Pakistan. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Ismail. I am from Indonesia. I am from the marketing team of Asia Pacific Rayon, or APR, and Sateri. And today I will be presenting our product of VSF, Viscose, and Lyocell. My presentation is titled Sustainable Future with All Seasons Application from marketing and promotions standpoint. And I think I would like to start with the intro of our company first. So Sateri and APR is part of a bigger corporation. It's called the RGE, or Royal Golden Eagle. As part of the RGE group of companies, we have mainly 8 business units, and all of our services mainly revolve around plantations. So we have April and Asia Symbol, which is focused on pulp and paper. We also have Apical and Asian Agri, which revolve around palm oil. We have Bracell, with their main product is dissolving and specialty pulp, and we have Sateri and APR, which produce viscose fiber and lyocell fiber. We are highly integrated global leaders in resource-based manufacturing, and we have total assets of more than $35 billion, and we have more than 80,000 employees in the workforce. RG Global Operations are mainly almost in all continents. We have our global corporate office in Singapore. We have regional office in Beijing and Hong Kong and Singapore, and we also have our regional office in Sao Paulo. Our mills mainly are in Indonesia and in China. We have a plantation and nursery in Indonesia. We have 1 mill of VSF in Indonesia with 300 kilotons capacity. And we have one yarn mill in Indonesia as well, in Pangkalan Kerinci. And the big one are in China. We have 6 mills of VSF mills with 1,900 kiloton capacity. We have 3 mills for lyocell with 250 kiloton capacity, and we have 4 mills for nonwoven and 1 mills for yarn. Our integration is due to end-to-end support process. Our fiber is biodegradable, so if we bury them in the soil, it will be biodegraded in about 4 to 5 weeks' time. So these are our products. For April, we have renewable plantation and wood chips, and in Bracell, we have dissolving pulp, and for Sateri and fiber and APR, we have viscose fiber, in which in turn our products are yarn, fabric, and fashion, and we have also non-woven products and households, such as wet wipes and medical masks. Now I'll be discussing about fiber landscape, again from marketing point of view, and the worldwide situation right now. This is the fiber landscape of today production. We have fiber growth of 3% compounded annual growth rate, where synthetic is in 4% and cotton is mainly stable in the last 15 years. If you can see from 2005 to 2010, the global production is 70 million tons, and in 2010 it grew to 83 million tons. And in 2030, we are expected to be 100 million metric tons. If you can see, all the production is increasing, we can see, but the pie fluctuates, which VSF and synthetic is getting bigger. And that is resulting in cellulose gap. With the world of population growth and the increase in capacity and consumption per capita and the increase in GDP, we are estimated to be in the 3% growth the next few years. But despite the 3% growth, man-made cellulosic fiber, or MMCF, only partially compensates the demand. So that's why the red graph here is where we can go in with the cellulose gap. This is the global MMCF demand, with the VSF demand or viscose demand as stable in the 6%, and it's still going to be in the 6% by our projection in 2027. But if you see lyocell demand is exponential, with China as the main driver. So if China can have exponential growth, we believe that the rest of the world also can. This is the world map of our production with Sateri and APR VSF capacity in kiloton. We can see it's a stable production, around 2,400 and 2,500 kilotons production. But for lyocell capacity, it's exponential. I think we are expecting to almost reaching 1,400 kilotons by the end of 2030. Now, if we're discussing about VSF and lyocell, VSF flexibility can be seen by these three main components. So the parameters are blending possibility, technological flexibility, and application flexibility. The blending possibility, the viscose is the most versatile fiber among all the textile fibers. While from the technology side, VSF can be run on all types of technologies, from open air, open end, airjet, and ring. And while the application is wide, VSF-based yarn have large number of applications ranging from non-woven to also woven, like I've mentioned in the previous slides. RGE along the way with Sateri improve our quality of fiber continuously. If you see here from 2010, we have the denier titter rate 1.2. In the future development, we are expecting to be less than 0.8 on the rate, because market is moving towards the finer counts and higher strength. While tenacity, we're also improving. We are expecting to be at the 2.85 because the demand for higher tenacity is also expected to increase. While the splinter index are also getting smaller, we are now at 25 and expected to be on a run of 10 of rate by the end of 2027, because the future demand for high productivity is less defects and fiber needs to have lower faults. Now this is lyocell. Lyocell is the new eco-friendly fiber. It's comfortable, 100% bio-based, it's biodegradable, and it is renewable. Global lyocell capacity right now is at 900 kilotons and expected to grow to 3,200 kilotons by 2030 globally. And RGE is planning to expand lyocell to 1,300 kilotons by 2030, and we're expecting to reach the 40% of global market demand. Lyocell is, we believe, is a green life cycle because we have a closed loop cycle. So if we see here from soil, we produce into wood, we produce to pulp, fiber production becomes lyocell, becomes yarn, becomes fabric, and become textile. And it's 100% biodegradable. We believe it will be a closed loop cycle again and again. So green material naturally resourced from regenerated fiber. If we talk about certification, lyocell is pretty safe and reliable because it's 100% bio-based. It's been approved by USDA, also the standard 100 by Oecotex certification, and made in green by Oecotex, and also it passed the EU regulation for REACH and certified by FDA in the USA. This is the comparison of all 4 fibers: cotton, viscose, modal, and lyocell. Of all 4 fibers, lyocell has good wet breaking strength and wet to dry ratio. And viscose is among the most preferred fibers for complementing with supplementing cotton. And lyocell has a round cross section without visible void, so it gives a smooth finishing. Our product specs also varies. This is our product specification. The length varies from 32 to 51, and while our finest or DTEX rate also varies from 1.1 to the highest is 1.33. These are the lyocell characteristics. There are seven main ones. They are absorbent, breathable and soft. We have excellent crease recovery and easy care. Lyocell also has a high absorbent for dyeability and printability as well. Excellent strength and has better smoothness and stability, and good drape and lusters. Viscose and lyocell have very wide applications. Can be applied to regional or customized wear for pretty much in every country. So can be developed for modest wear, sleepwear, kids wear, inner wear, and also for Pakistan traditional wear as well, from shalwar kameez, dupatta, kurta, and ajkan. It's really, the application is really wide and variable. We can also help in promotion and publicity. So if we take an example from our market in Indonesia, we can do and help collaborate in the industrial exchange part. We can support from fiber all the way to its delivery and opening doors to brands. We have excellent business development teams, and we can support you in product and R&D with our yarn innovation and fabric innovation. We have technical support as well, excellent technical support with spinning, weaving, printing, and dyeing. So we can work together to consider technical solutions to bring the fiber all the way to the brands. We also offer multiple promotional channels and opportunities. In Indonesia, lyocell and viscose, we participate in at least 10 or 11 exhibitions per year. And we also participate in 2 to 3 fashion shows per year, in which we bring our brands to the stage and expose them. So, for example, this year in Indonesia, we have 2 main mills partners. They are Duniatex and Sritex, and they have a lot of brands under them. So we brought 7 brands each for a fashion show. And the attention that it brought to the fashion show actually brings a lot of more customers to use lyocell. Back in Indonesia, we have a hub called Jakarta Fashion Hub. It's a collaborative space. Basically, it's a tool for our downstream marketing tools. So it introduced lyocell and viscose to the end users, to the end brands, to indie brands, to those who just started to build their brands. It's a collaborative space in which they can network. We can give them suggestions about which lyocell fabric that can be good for them, and we also can give them good network to good partner mills. Aside from that, we also have APY Innovation Center. APY stands for Asia Pacific Yarn, and it's located on a different island than Jakarta. We do research with our yarn. We do product development as well. We have our technical know-how support, and we have business development and marketing support as well. The spinning capacity of Asia Pacific Yarn is 32K spindles with ring, open end, and MVS technology with around 7,600 ton per year. And we deliver new product development within 7 to 15 days every month. So we always have new product, new innovations, and also new research. Now in China, lyocell have collaborated with many brands, but these are some of the few ones. We have for kids wear, and we also have for baby care. So it's proven to be safe and comfortable for them. And we also have for adult wear as well, where we can combine with denim, combine with cotton, and combine with anything else that is suitable for the collection. And aside from that, as a support, we also have a distribution of lyocell ingredient tags, in which by request can be made and sent for further promotion of lyocell and brands and products. So Sateri actually launched this Sateri lyocell ingredient tag for each brand to use and to introduce lyocell further to the consumers. And this is what we can offer to our Pakistan customer. So our product development for local needs can be supported. Technical support for product perfection can also be supported. Joint participation in exhibition, just like what we have in Indonesia, can also be supported. We also have joint promotion, hang tag and store promotion, like in the previous slide, and connecting buyers and sellers or networking. That also can be supported by us. And we have our booth standing right outside. We have our marketing and sales team and our tech team. So if you have any questions, you can also go straight to our booth. It says APR and Sateri right on the outside of the booth. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ismail, for the very detailed presentation. Now we have our second panel discussion, and the topic is Innovative Cuisine, Sorting Struggles and Future Horizon in the Textile and Fashion Industry. And to moderate this session, can I request Mr. Mujibullah Khan, CEO iTextile Private Limited, to come on stage, please? And our panelists are Mr. Fabrizio Meggi, Commercial Director, South Asia, The Lycra Company, Mr. Joachim Hinch, ex-MD Hugo Boss, Ms. Yulia, Head of Project Textile JIS, and Dr. Yasir Nawab, Professor, National Textile University, Pakistan. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. I think there are a couple of slides I wanted to show before the presentations. Are there any? No? Okay. So I'll directly jump to the topic. First of all, thank you very much, everyone, especially Mr. Joachim, for taking time out. Nice to meet you, sir. Ms. Yulia, Fabrizio, my friend, and my partner in crime, Dr. Yasir Nawab. So my first question to Fabrizio would be, what significant trends are currently observing the global fashion market and how it's shaping the consumer preference?
Actually, the global fashion market, the textile, in my view, they will face in the coming year several big trends or big challenges. I believe that, and I think all of you will agree, that one of the biggest challenge and the textile industry has to address is sustainability. And sustainability actually, I believe, touch, let's say, many aspects of the value chain. And ultimately, you were asking how the consumer, let's say, how will affect the behavior of the consumer. Obviously, the consumer, I think, they are becoming more and more conscious on, let's say, on this topic. Actually, we have only one planet which we have to save, and there are many ways to, let's say, to address the sustainability topic. And okay, one way, let's say, the consumer looking at is sustainability is also, in a certain way, durability. So they are looking for a more durable garment, more versatile garment. We have just seen the student. They have, let's say, they got as a task to develop garments, versatile garments, and actually, we have seen the young generation. They have seen this topic in a way like, okay, how can I develop a garment which I can, just taking out the sleeves, taking out, make it longer, make it shorter, make it more, let's say, suitable for the cold weather, hot weather. So the same garment is, let's say, making the job of several other garments. So in this way, you are consuming less resources, and this is actually a big topic. Let's say saving resources, starting from, let's say, we are as the Lycra company, as a fiber manufacturer, we are at the very beginning of the value chain. But our customers, the fabric manufacturer, they are in the same way looking at saving resources. If it is using renewable energy or renewable resources, so I think is let's say is a big topic, and for me is one of the major trends which let's say will impact our industry in the coming years. All of us in the value chain, I think we have the own agenda, but I think with the ultimate common goal, and I think sustainability is the journey, and is not something which is only for the manufacturer. Is, as we said, is also for the consumer, and each of us has to play a role in this aspect. So,
great input, Fabrizio. In fact, what I forgot to mention, I think if you all can visit the hall next door, and we were talking about it between Omar, Mohsin, and Adil, where how we can dial in, because we are at the very beginning of the textile value chain, right? We are cotton producer, yarn producer, but now more and more people, and that's one of the role we are trying to play in Pakistan as iTextile, is to explain yarn manufacturer the consumer preference. So we can design everything accordingly and in the same, the same path. And I think Yusuf TexTalks has done a fantastic job. I mean, we were there for 4 hours judging, and exactly what Fabrizio has mentioned. I think we saw a jacket which can turn into a bag. So that's probably, creating multiple purpose text of your fashion will also be a great deal. Coming back to a different, aspect of it, because I think consumer preference, sustainability, and durability will be the big players in going forward. But my question to Ms. Yulia would be about transparency and traceability. So given your extensive work in women empowerment and human rights, what recommendations do you have for the industry in Pakistan?
Thank you very much. I would totally agree with you that the sustainability, this is the biggest challenge, which is actually which is the textile and garment producers and the supply chain faces. It's also has been recognized by the consumers in the major markets like in the US, in the EU, in Australia, and also, for example, more and more countries in Asia also onboarding on this journey, for example, in China as well. And then we see that on these target markets, the regulation is being adopted to make sure that within the whole textile value chain, the principles of sustainability, the principles of risk mitigations towards human rights and towards the environment are tackled. And this is obligations by the law. So we have seen, for example, in Germany, last year adopted the Supply Chain Transparency Act. We have a similar act in France. We have now on the EU level the EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which actually obliges the companies who are based or who have the biggest share of their business to comply with this. But it means that those regulations, they become also a barrier to, for competition to the producers. So if producers, they cannot comply with those regulations, they will be out of the market. And this is the major transformation of the textile industry which is coming up. And of course, if we speak about the human rights and environmental due diligence, it has the whole set of measures which a company should take. For example, if we speak producers in Pakistan, first of all, awareness is important. The sense of urgency is important. You mentioned biggest producers, Sapphire, Unis Textiles, MG Apparel. They know about this. Yeah, they have the information, they have the connection to the brands, and they really can onboard on this journey. But if we speak about small and medium companies in Pakistan, who are the biggest part of this sector and provide the most of employment in Pakistan, in the textile and garment sector, these companies first need to understand what is being required, what will be requirements coming up in the next years, and how can they implement it to stay in the business. And of course, it implies the change of the structure in the companies. For example, the compliance with the due diligence directive requires adoption of the policies on the company level, creation of grievance mechanisms, of complaints handling mechanisms, and this needs to be also reported and reported to the brands. The diversity and inclusion should be also a part of operations. And here comes, of course, the empowerment of women and bringing more women and people with disabilities to the business, to the companies. So there are many measures, and also if we speak about the products produced needs to be designed according to the Eco-Design Directive. All the claims, green claims, need to be justifiable, so there is a directive against greenwashing. So every aspect of sustainability which a company is claiming or is going to claim needs to be also justifiable. And this creates a huge transformation. The laws are being accepted. There are a few more years to adopt, but the earlier the actions taken, the more competitive the Pakistani textile and garment sector will be. And I think important is to create the sense of urgency here.
Thank you. So I think I would encourage people to look at maybe extended producer responsibility, EPR, and sustainable development goal if they want to. Because, and I was in Europe yesterday, in fact, meeting Tommy Hilfiger, H&M, and other brands, and I think they're very serious about it. So that it will be a game changer, and I think 2028 they will start. I think they've postponed it by a couple of years. So 2028 they will be started to seriously look at it in depth. So my question to Mr. Joachim is that what are the biggest challenges brand faces when implementing circular practices, and how can they overcome them?
Yeah, I hope that everyone can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Everything fine? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, then also welcome from Germany. I mean, you just talked about Germany and about what we do in terms of our laws and regulations and rules. And actually, there's a lot happening in this sector. But I would like to share, well, I don't know if I can do this, but I hope, no, I cannot share this. But I wanted to put yourself into a direction of the thought of this sentence, like there is no waste in nature. There isn't, you know. So we kind of invented waste because we invented this word of value, so to say. And when thinking this, I know it's a bit geeky here when talking about this and not diving directly into products and sustainability and whatnot. But I've been to Pakistan in this month and also in July to work with some clients. And what I see is that if people think about, or if companies and corporates think about sustainability, then sometimes because of duty. So they have a client saying like, we need to do this, we need to do that, we have to apply to European rules and regulations and whatnot. Or you have someone who really cares, so he wants to, this is like a calling, saying like, I want to do something for my country, I want to be more circular, I want to do something, but some people feel it as a duty, some as a burden, some as a job, but quite often it is not really perceived as natural. You know, I do lots of Gemba walks in companies, and I walk through all these departments and I see waste, so to say, like unused value everywhere. Not just in the waste areas, like the waiting for being carried out, but everywhere in factories and organizations, in the processes and everything, I see waste. And that is bad because it puts pressure on our cost structure, it puts pressure on our material consumption, it puts pressure on the way how and what we produce, because if we don't really know what the customer wants, we tend to overproduce. We all have seen these lots and lots of mountains of stuff in the Atacama Desert in Chile. We know that Europe is sending their 40,000 tons, I guess, per year of trash. That all leads to this one question, like, why would we think about sustainability and why would we think about waste at all? And my point is, because everything has a value in nature, and everything should have a value in our organization. So when you see brands nowadays working on this and thinking about it, you see that they convert a lot of used products or used materials, like you see the projects from Ralph Lauren thinking about PET bottles and whatever, ocean plastic and something like this. So the brands start thinking on reusing and repurposing something that that lost its value, so to say. And that is what I see also when thinking about the end consumer's philosophy. I don't see that, for example, my kids, they would not really care about laws and regulations and whatever, but I see that they care about how they consume and what they leave, so to say. And that is what I think companies don't do enough, because they don't do it inside their own organizations for many reasons, also financial reasons, and they don't do it against their clients, which means like the brands, and the brands, they only do what their customers want or what they need. So that's my initial statement here. When I think about the programs, the capsule collection programs that are coming from brands, they are today, I feel that they are very much going towards the repurposing of raw material direction.
Thank you. I think so. Basically, that's a very valid and great point, where we don't have to see sustainability as either extra cost or for profit. I think we have to.
No, not at all.
It's a lifestyle. It's lifestyle like hygiene. So it's like, if you want to leave something good for your next generation, you will do things, like you make more money, then at least you create a sustainable environment also for them to use that and be able to enjoy that money. Otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah, also, I mean, sorry to add on that. But one of the clients that I visited, I walked into a huge hall full of stuff, and I said, okay, what's this? Okay, that's waste waiting to be transported. So in other words, they collect lots and lots of stuff, physical material, waiting to be carried out of the value creation process, so to say, and they pay for this. you know. And I told them that when I was working at Hugo Boss in Izmir in the factory, we would have about $50,000–$60,000 at that time. I think it was 2013 or 14. We would spend this amount of money to give away the waste. Then we found someone who would repurpose our waste. Then we earned $120,000 per year for what others would reuse, so to say. So our burden became into a profit. And that is what I mean. Like we don't see enough value in these incidents.
Yeah, so that brings a very valid and interesting point. I'm going to ask Dr. Yasser, because he is working on agriculture waste to fiber, which will be another great addition, especially in a time where monomaterial is going to play a big role. So cellulosic fiber or natural fibers with cotton. So my question to Dr. Yasser Nawab would be about banana fiber and where does he see the potential?
थैंक यू मुजीब। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। उम्मीद है आप सारे लोग जो है खैरियत से होंगे।
जाग रहे होंगे।
So in fact I would like to give a brief context of what we are doing, especially to come to this banana story. So textile, as we know, is one of the resource extensive industry. We use a lot of resources and we create a lot of pollution as well. So focus is on reduction of resources utilization in textiles. First thing, resources like materials, fibers, chemicals, then water, energy. And the second thing is to reduce pollution, to use the ways, to use the technology, to use the processes which are environment friendly. So NTU is doing, in fact, a lot of work in most of the domains, and all the innovations that we did, in fact, they are implemented somewhere in textile industry in Pakistan. So coming to the point, we started working on this waste to value approach. I called it waste to value approach. So we were working to extract the fibers or other materials from the waste, especially the agriculture waste. So banana is only the one story which is implemented and which is scaled up. Otherwise, we are working on the fibers extraction from the fallen leaves, fiber extraction from the corn peel. So most of them, they are already in the scaling up process. And one of the good thing is that these are the innovative and made in Pakistan technologies. So if we talk about banana fibers, we started working on it in 2015. So in Pakistan, there are about 100,000 acres of banana crop, almost 7 to 8 million tons of stem waste. So what is happening there? After harvesting fruits, they take stem, they throw it on the waste. Once they are dried, they burn it up. So it means they are burning their waste and they are creating pollution. So we provided an alternative solution. We extracted fibers from that. There are a lot of people who are doing that, but these fibers are not spinnable. So NTU, they developed a technology, our team of researchers, they developed a technology, we filed a patent, and in 2021 we had a patent to convert these raw fibers into spinnable fibers. So from 2021, we licensed our technology to make a success story to Interloop. They converted that extracted fibers into, they installed a factory in Tata. They are converting these extracted fibers into end products. And maybe many of you will be first to see this. This is, in fact, denim, which is made from banana fibers blended with cotton. This T-shirt is also made by Interloop with banana fibers, and it's into the international market. In addition to that, the people who are not, in fact, working with Interloop, they are creating other products. I have for you as well. So this is table mat, 100% pure banana fibers. Small carpet, 100% made with purely banana fibers. So what we did, in fact, in the first stage was to convert waste into fibers, and we created a business case. So whenever we talk about circularity and sustainability, we always talk about additional cost. What we have done, we have created value, we have created business for the farmers, for the extractors, for the factory, and we are working to reduce the cost. We had some problems, I will be sharing it quickly. We are working, when we extract fibers, so only 7 to 10% are fibers. Still there 90% residue. So we are working with our partners in UK to convert that residue into biochar and electricity. And we are in fact bringing this technology to global level. Last week we inaugurated, in fact implementation is rolling out in Uganda and Kenya, and it was made in Pakistan technology which is going to be implemented there. So we are working on its cost as well, to reduce the cost, to bring it at a level which is comparable to cotton. And this technology, it will be open from next year, from the next month. And I'm very hopeful that in next year, in this session, I will be presenting many others made in Pakistan brands from different factories.
Thank you, sir. And this is, thank you. This is a fantastic success story. And trust me, it's very, timings are perfect also, because more brands are adopting, there's a serious campaign around cotton reduction. So they would like to reduce the cotton consumption and replace by a natural fiber. I think our hemp and linen partner is also here, and we are having record linen sale, I don't know. And I was just wondering why we're doing this, but then I realized that everybody is looking at reducing the amount of cotton, but replace it with natural. So banana, I'm getting some inquiries for pineapple fiber. You'll be surprised because it's grown in abundance in countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines. So this is great job, sir. My question to Fabrizio, because he spent 4 hours today evaluating these designs, that A, what is your experience, and what potential do you see in these young designers linking to the industry?
Actually, first of all, I have to say that the students, they have done an amazing job, and really, and taking in consideration also the very short time they had available, and also the holidays in between. But I think, let's say, this is a great opportunity for the student, but also for the industry to connect. I believe that it is not early enough for the student to connect with the industry, to face the challenge of the industry. And I think the first challenge they have faced with the timing. So they were complaining about the short term, and we said, okay, welcome to our life. And but then let's say I think the student, they have to be let's say connected with let's say with the manufacturing plant, and to be let's say close with them, because design is not only garment design. It's not just let's say the appearance or the look of the garment. The design starts from the very beginning. You start to design the yarn. Okay, first of all, obviously the designer should have in mind the final garment, how it should look like, which performance should deliver, but then should go back to the beginning of the value chain and design the yarn, design the fabric, and then ultimately the garment. So therefore, I think it is very important that the student are getting involved at the early stage, and they learn from the beginning how, let's say, the real life look like. And then, as I said, it's beneficial for both sides, because we have seen many new inputs, and obviously, the student, they don't have the experience as many of the people in this room has. But I think fresh input to the industry can be beneficial also for all of us. Yeah? I think it's a great opportunity, and I think we should do more with the university, because it is our future, it's the future of our industry. Yeah.
So I will congratulate Yusuf and TextTalks team for putting up this amazing, and I will encourage everyone. Another thing which I was also there for 4 hours with Fabrizio. He was there for 4 hours, I was there for 1 hour. So, but what I saw, because Pakistan, there's a serious interest in other segments like motorcycle, hiking, activewear, loungewear, and there are some very good ideas for other segments which are not very developed in Pakistan. So I will encourage everyone to go there after this one. So my question to Ms. Yulia would be that what are the GIZ projects they're currently doing in Pakistan in the textile sector, and how do, and I know that you've been, you've been here a long time, I think 10 years now?
More, yeah.
More, yeah. So.
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. So we work under the framework of the German Development Cooperation, and actually last month, in August, our minister, Ms. Svenja Schulze, she visited Pakistan because she was particularly interested what are implications of the German Supply Chain Transparency Act on Pakistani textiles and garment producers. So in her visits, the network of responsible business help desk has been initiated in Pakistan, and this is a network which is supported by the German government, and on the one hand it promotes the awareness of the private companies on the upcoming regulations, on the requirements of the German Supply Chain Transparency Act, but also CSDDD and other relevant regulations under the EU Green Deal, so to raise the awareness. And in Pakistan, the host organization is the Federation of Pakistan Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FPCCI, and we have also a very strong network of the business associations like PHMA, TMA, PTA, PREGMIA, who are part of this network. We train their staff to multiply the trainings, to raise the awareness among their actors, members, and of course we have also the academia on board, for example, NTU, NET, University, TIP are part of this network. So the German government supports the awareness of the Pakistani producers to comply with the upcoming regulations, but of course, on the other hand, it supports the sustainability. And since the last 9-10 years, we have been working on increasing sustainability in the textile sector. One of the topics is how do we manage the change? Because if you want to incorporate the change in the company, it requires dialogue. You cannot just impose it from the top down, then it will not be carried. And one of the panelists, he was talking about the culture, about the understanding, for example, to see value in the waste. And here as well, so if you want to transform a company, an institution, it needs to, every layer of this organization needs to be involved. And we came up with a dialogue approach for change management, dialogue for sustainability. So it focuses on different aspects, increasing of productivity, implementing advanced HR practices, also implementing a source-efficient process. Now we're incorporating new content to this on circularity and circularity in products and in processes. So, and also, of course, on increasing diversity and inclusion. So there is a bright portfolio of different topics focusing on promoting of sustainability, environmental standards, improvement of labor and social standards in the Pakistan textile industry, but also the initiatives focused on promoting of women employment, promoting of employment of people with disabilities. For example, there is another project which is focusing specifically on this. It's led by Mohammed Ubaid, and they conducted recently career fair specifically for people with disabilities. And I think this is a very good example to support the companies in matchmaking. Another aspect of our work is, for example, the international expertise is available, yeah, for bigger producers. But of course, if we speak about small and medium companies, if they want, for example, to implement due diligence in their companies, or if they want to create the complaints mechanism and the grievance mechanisms, they need to have support. And we also work with the local experts, with local consultants, for them to diversify their portfolio, to incorporate those topics of sustainability, of diversity and inclusion to their portfolio, and to offer it to the companies. So yeah, this is in brief what we are focusing on.
Thank you very much. And I think so far you've done great, because I think to create a culture, you need a process. And that process, I think GIZ is trying to make sure that that process is followed and implemented properly. So my other question is from Mr. Yoakim in the same direction, where how SMEs, small medium enterprise, can effectively implement the same culture of sustainability and women empowerment and traceability and transparency.
Yeah, I have two thoughts here. One is, so today I received my new iPhone 16. And I was so curious about it, how it would be delivered, because Apple is so much emphasizing on sustainability nowadays. They make their claim that they want to be fully carbon neutral by 2030. Every presentation they make, every conference they have, they introduce new products where they say like, okay, this product is for the first time completely carbon neutral, and the transportation and the packaging and whatnot. So also this device today came in a simple carton, and if I think about my first iPhone that I bought many years ago, it was packed in plastic, it had lots and lots of pieces in it which would be completely useless, no need for anything. So what I'm saying here is like they take this sustainability topic and make it sexy. They create a story around sustainability that is not a burden, but that is kind of innovative and inspirational. And that is what small and medium companies also can do. I worked with a smaller intimates company in Portugal, and they would repurpose their waste from the cutting, and they were creating new yarn and new fibers and new jersey. And they marketed this jersey explicitly as a product that comes by 60 or 70% by repurposed waste. So they created a product out of something that otherwise would be just waste. So, and that's one part, like small and medium companies, medium-sized companies must understand that whatever they create as a sustainable product must be interesting. In a very noisy and very full world that we are, it must be somehow sexy, and they should not. That is what we learned from Tesla, and I'm driving a Tesla and not a Toyota Prius, because a Tesla is sexy as an electric car and a Toyota Prius is not. So that's number one. The second part that I want to say is sustainability is financially interesting. So when you think about the product range, when you think about what I just said before about waste in the whole processes and the product range that you do, in the overconsumption that you do, in the right product at the right time for the right customer, like pricing and such, then you should invite your finance colleagues into this discussion. Sustainability is not something for the sustainability department. It is something that should be embedded in your DNA, and especially small and medium-sized companies cannot afford to have much waste because they are not big enough to have lots and lots of people running around doing nothing. Big corporates can, and sometimes do, very often do. You know, I spend a lot of time in this. So smaller companies should that would be my idea on this, making sexy products and inviting finance into the discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe in sexier products. I mean, I quote this example that a $50 pair of jeans is 50 cents of cotton. So, you know, if you make it sexier, you can sell it for $50. Thank you very much, sir. My question to Dr. Yasir Nawab would be that what is the global requirement for recycling, and where is Pakistan?
Thank you, Mujib. In fact, I started studying this recycling process in Pakistan 2-3 years ago, and now I'm very confident I can say that it's one of the, like it should be studied as a case study in the global world for recycling. So Pakistan and India, they are one of the powerhouses of recycling textile. So, in fact, recently Europe, they have implemented waste framework directive, then there are waste shipment regulations, and they are made based on the hypothesis and based on the assumption. So whatsoever we are importing as a waste or worn clothing in Pakistan, we are either dumping it or we burning it. So I started, in fact, giving them example of our own waste. So in industry, we have about 1 million ton of post-industrial waste, जिन्हें हम टाकियाँ कहते हैं. Do we burn it? No. Do we dump it? No. We recycle it. There are about 2,000 recyclers in Pakistan. They are taking it, they recycled it, and they bring that into the loop. They spin it, and whatsoever we are wearing in Pakistan, they have a certain percentage of recycled material. Do they do it for circularity? Answer is no. Do they do it in order to improve the climate? The answer is no. In fact, why they are doing in order to reduce the cost of that clothing. So there is a business involved in that recycling. And same is happening in India. Otherwise, apart from these two countries and China, there is no such strong infrastructure there. So if we are not wasting 1 million ton of our waste, so why will we be wasting post-consumer waste? So in last year, 2023, we imported 866,000 tons of used textile clothing. So the cost, it was about 386 million US dollar. So what we do? 30% of that, we upscaled it, we repaired it, we repacked it, and sent it to Africa, almost at a double cost. So we earned money, we created a business from that waste. And Karachi Export Processing Zone is one of the example, and then there are other many zones in Pakistan. And about 100,000 workers are working there. Most of the sorting work is done by the women, 50% of the workers are women. So all the aspects of circularity and sustainability are there. And the rest, 70%, it goes to Pakistan. As a landa, we are reusing it. Almost 50 million of Pakistani. It's not an embargo in Pakistan to use used clothing. We need it, we go there, we took a shirt, we took a jacket from there, and we use it. It's in our culture. And the rest, we convert that into rags. So what is missing, in fact, for Pakistan, there is a requirement of Mujib Sahab of recycling. They are talking about used textile clothing. There are concerns in Europe about that. They are putting embargoes on the shipments. What is, in fact, people, they don't know what we are doing. So we need to project what we are doing in Pakistan, and we should be projecting it as a model to the world. That we are, in fact, failed to do that. So there's a lot of business opportunity is there. For example, Bangladesh is one of the biggest garments exporter in the world, and they don't have recycling infrastructure. They are exporting their waste, post-industrial waste, to India for the recycling. So Pakistan can take benefit from it by improving its recycling industry. We are working with GIZ on one of the projects. So I think there's a lot of business cases there.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think, nobody in Pakistan is talking about chemical recycling or molecular recycling. I think that will be the biggest trend because it brings the fiber or textile back into its original form. From recycling to your favorite subject, fashion. So what do you think, what is the landscape in fashion? I think we are very advanced in denim, we all know that. And how Pakistan can do better when it comes to fashion and putting ourselves on the landscape of fashion?
Actually, Pakistan, I think, is already doing a great job. I think Pakistan is very, it's successful. The success of Pakistan is thanks to the fact that, Pakistan is very innovative, and they are looking at, always find a way to create value for all what they are doing. And actually, I think what Pakistan should continue to keep focus on is, as I said, on the value creation, try to continue to invest. And recycling is one of the examples. And and then also on top of what we were saying before, let's say we're talking about sustainability. We look at let's say how to reduce carbon emission. We look at the lead times. Nowadays, lead times are getting shorter and shorter. So as a result of all these things, we see that there is also a consolidation of the let's say of the value chain. So that means that also I believe that let's say for Pakistan industry to become successful would be to, let's say, to invest, to become, let's say, more vertical in order to be, let's say, prepared to, to accommodate, let's say, this, let's say, the export orders and the business which is coming from abroad, and integrating all the processes, as we were saying before, from design, from let's say manufacturing, from recycling. I think this all this will make the, let's say, the Pakistan industry, fashion industry, successful and leader in the world. Yeah.
Thank you. Any question from the audience? उनको माइक चाहिए. फातिमा, वो माइक है क्वेश्चन के लिए? Any question? There is a question from the audience, I think.
I'm thankful for your insightful information. My questions to you is that in Pakistan we are facing the issue of hairiness in the fabric if we use virgin cotton. But if we use recycled cotton, don't you think that we have quality issues? How we can cope up and pander to the quality issues we are facing? If we do use 100% recycled cotton or polyester or something like that, how do we cope up with the quality issue?
Okay. In fact, there are two segments of this question. So if we talk about polyester, recycled polyester, so it's different. Because you are not disturbing the length of fibers. Yes, with recycled, there can be some issues, but we don't know the shirt you are wearing if it contains, if it is made in Pakistan, recycled content or not. 100% recycled cotton, it's very difficult, it's near to impossible, but it contains some percentage. So it's a process of evolution. With the passage of time, we will be learning. For the time being, 20%, 30%, it's good.
I think, and it's not plug and play. You know, you have to redesign the yarn. I think and this is what we were discussing also before this session, where I think a lot of emphasis needs to be given on the right yarn design. What we have is, very limited yarn counts or availability.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why we are focusing and emphasizing on recycling? I think we need to focus on the quality. We need to produce a better quality. We need to produce less and keep in mind longevity so that we can avoid these kind of recycling. There is an extraordinary cost for recycling, and it's all due to the fast fashion. So there are a number of disadvantages, and because we are paying the cost of this fast fashion. What is your opinion about this?
Yeah, sorry. Because before this, the start of the discussion, I was supposed to present these facts. And you raised a very valid point, because I think the latest thing, what we can conclude from my presentation and what I've seen, from fast fashion to slow fashion. So slow fashion means that there will be less material available for recycling. And also in Pakistan, so far our experience has been mechanical recycling. So I think that's where we're all adding cost. But if you see polyester made in anywhere else in the world, and also in Pakistan, it's cost neutral and it has recycled content inside. So is a lot of now viscose available with recycled material inside. We have recycled lycra, we have recycled, which is not additional cost. So the cost issue has been only here.
But I think he's right with what he's saying. So recycling shouldn't be the major focus. So obviously there is always waste, no? But the focus should be to reduce the waste as much as possible, because it's a nonsense to make waste in order to get material available to be recycled. Having said that, I think it's almost impossible to to not get waste at all.
End of life waste will be
to not get waste at all. So that means that at all level of the value chain, we will have waste, and actually being able to recycle is for sure is positive in respect of sustainability. But actually the focus should be on, let's say, using less resources, renewable resources. You have mentioned recycled lycra fiber, for example, with lycra. Yes, we have lycra fiber, post-industrial, but our belief is more on using renewable sources. We are about to launch the commercial production of bio-derived lycra. The major ingredient of lycra will come from corn. So that means that corn is not a finite resource, and this is the way we should look at the sustainability. Then obviously there are garments which at the end of the life has to be recycled, and this is what also the industry should look at, how to, because I think the problem we have on our planet is the mountain of garments which at the end of life will enter to the landfill. So this is where we should focus and how to
have enough landfills first to finish.
But yes, you are right. Actually, recycling should not be the major focus when we talk about sustainability. Yeah, this is for sure.
I think recycling was one of the discussion here. Major discussion was how the consumer preference is changing because of sustainability, durability.
May I ask you one question? May I ask you?
Yes, sir, please.
So my question is, can Pakistan use these fabrics or garments which are being imported from the Western countries to convert it into fashion garments by upcycling? If yes, what should be the strategy?
There is actually one regulation for the export processing zone. For example, this Karachi is one of the bigger receivers of post-consumer waste coming from the US, for example, the majority. And there is a regulation of 80-20, meaning that 80% of this imports need to be re-exported and only 20% can leave the zone. This is from the regulation side is a limitation. And for example, I have been visiting this week the APZ in Karachi, and I was talking also with companies there, and they were saying that, for example, sometimes they need to do some repairs, minor repairs on the garments, or maybe to do some washing or something to resell. Also, the value in this sense will be preserved, but they cannot take it out of EPZ. And there are no facilities there. So it's a limitation, and they have to sometimes burn those clothes with minor faults, yeah, because they cannot repair it or otherwise refurbish. And I think this is in our discussion of waste on recycling, it is very important. So to see where maybe some things need to be adjusted to make sure that the value is not lost, that we do not produce even more waste, but rather make sure that, for example, this post-consumer clothing which arrives to Pakistan, that it can also be resold, because if we burn it, then the value disappears and we create even more pressure on the environment.
So in the interest of time, I would request maybe one more question, and if there is any, otherwise, thank you very much, everyone, and it was been great, to meet you all. And yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a topic where we will talk forever. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists and our moderator. So now we have our last and the most interesting panel session on unlocking the secret sauce. How can the textile industry cope with global economic shocks and uncertainties? And to moderate this panel, I would like to call Mr. Anis M. Khwaja, CEO MG Apparel, on stage please. And our panelists, Mr. Umar bin Asad, Country Head Li & Feng Pakistan, Mr. Asfar Hassan, Founder Lulusar and Metric Sourcing, Mr. Shahid Tata, Managing Director Tata Industries Pakistan, and Mr. Yoch, Senior Operating Executive CCI USA. And we have our chief guest with us, Mr. Yusuf Raza Gilani. Please give him a big hand, everyone. Chairman of Senate, Mr. Yusuf Raza Gilani. Welcome to Text Talk, 7th International Conference on Textile, Inspiring Change.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start off with the last panel discussion for today. My name is Anis Khwaja. I am based out of Multan. As mentioned, I am the CEO of MG Apparel. We are proud to employ around 20,000 people based out of Multan. As Honorable Chief Guest mentions, mostly that we are son of the soil of South Punjab and Multan. In today's panel, we have a very elite set of people, and our objective today is to discuss that with the global economic changes which are coming in, how are we going to tap and how are we going to keep ourselves prepared for it. Aswa Saab, no introduction needed about you as well, but let me just say a few words about him as well, that he's a guy who has built businesses, not just by doing it himself, but also helped a lot of people like us, where he has been able to create the right marketing buzz and, as we were discussing before, the digital transformation of it as well. Umar, a very dear friend, is the guy who has helped Pakistan not just by doing his job perfectly, but also at a lot of scales for Pakistan, where he can be declared as an unsung hero for us, where he has worked on how trade can benefit and how we can bring in different products as well. And my very good friend George, again, he is the one who's helping all of us spinners in Pakistan who are in dire need of not just government support but also technical support as well. So he's sharpening our skills, he's helping us get better as well. So thank you everyone for joining us today. We're going to start off the session, and we know that we are the ones who are in between the food and the discussion. So we're going to try and bring it as short as possible. Do we have Shahid Tata Saab online? Oh, okay. Asfa Saab, if I may start with you first. We see for us, brands are one of the most important member of the value chain of textile, who have to define where ultimately the win comes in for us and for them as well. Now, with all these economic changes happening in the world and such geopolitical environments as well, how do you feel the brands will be able to create a guideline, and how we as industry need to react to it as well?
Sure. So firstly, I just want to say that I have an issue with the title. There is no easy shortcut. There's no secret sauce to success in this business. It's hard work, and that can be achieved through knowledge and transformation. Regarding the policy that brands can adopt to survive in a turbulent economic environment, I think there are many factors. The first one concerns diversification of risk, and that can come through many different ways. So today we have an opportunity to cross borders and market our product to multiple regions. I think we need to get better at that. The brands themselves are also entering new markets, fresh markets, and you've seen that example with international brands as well as our own Pakistani brands as well. And then the other thing is diversification of product mix. So again, if you have different strengths and different kinds of products, you can swing depending on how the economy is going. And again, there needs to be diversification of materials to support that. That's a weakness in Pakistan right now because we're very cotton-centric, and we need to get away from that and add synthetic fibers and synthetic materials to our list of products that we make. And there's a whole world out there that we can of products that we can support. Similarly, I think the other part of the business involves operations management, and that means that we have to benchmark ourselves against other competitors, other brands, or competitors in manufacturing that do a better job than us. So we need to be in the top 5% as far as assembly of product goes. The ability to do minimum quantities, which are the right targets, and then also reduction of lead time. So we need to be fast in production, and I think that all comes to our manufacturing process, where we have to improve the way we put our product together on the manufacturing floor.
Thank you. I believe you've basically talked about the flexibility that we need to bring in our product, in our MOQs as well, and the flexibility to adapt quickly as well. Very well said. Umar, this condition that we've had unfortunately seen with how things have reshaped in Bangladesh specifically, of course it is unfortunate for how business had to suffer and industry had to suffer, but as Pakistan, how well do you think we are prepared, and where are the gaps for us to prepare ourselves better for that?
Thank you, Khalid Sahab, and thank you also for that very kind introduction in the beginning. That was very generous of you. Now, great question, and we get asked that question very often. I hope I'm audible at the end of the room. We get asked this question quite often, and the answer to that is twofold actually. One, in reaction to the current crisis, which is unfortunately unfolding in Bangladesh, what can be a positive impact on Pakistan's order position, albeit temporarily as a result of that crisis? I think that's only a limited way of looking at it. So what can Bangladesh pitch to us, and how much of it can we catch? The short answer to that is that, if you compare the two industries, Pakistan is about 15 to 16% of Bangladesh's apparel capacity in terms of volumes. They do close to about 42, we do about 7 billion of apparel only. Home textiles is, other than that. So in the short term, I see very little opportunities coming Pakistan's way, given that Bangladesh is very competitive in certain product categories where we don't even compete. And then, of course, there's this capacity issue. I hope that that country resolves their political and economic issues very soon, hopefully in the very near future. But I think a broader way of looking at this question, Khaisab, is that it's a godsend opportunity for both countries to improve their relations on a long-term basis, both politically as well as economically. I think Pakistan needs to extend a hand towards Bangladesh in their time of need at the moment, and learn from their experience. Learn in the sense of how was Bangladesh able to create this juggernaut of an apparel industry over only a few decades. How were they able to create this capacity, capability? Despite the setbacks such as Rana Plaza, how were they able to bounce back and create for themselves a reputation of being a low compliance risk country, and set up factories that are truly world class, that represents a glimpse of Industry 4.0 or Industry 4.1. We have a lot to learn from them. On the trade diplomacy front, I think we can learn a lot from Bangladesh as to how were they able to successfully conclude free trade agreements with so many economies of the world, not just Europe, but other important consuming countries such as, Australia, Canada, etc. So I think on a long-term basis, Pakistan and Bangladesh both need to seize upon this opportunity and create this integration where I see a lot of interdependencies. Not only will our enterprises learn from Bangladeshi industry, but also there are opportunities for Pakistani raw material and fabric. Frankly, a trade which got diverted out of Bangladesh because of their political policies in the past few years. So I see nothing but opportunity for both countries if they seize upon it with some level of enthusiasm.
No, I think very well said, and probably you still have your very strong connections because our Prime Minister did met Dr. Yunus yesterday. I was just watching it over the news, but I think very well mentioned that we should not look at them as a competition, but maybe somebody from where we can learn and have the cooperations built in. So George, thank you for once again coming to Pakistan and always helping us improve. And I understand that you were also you took a delegation from Pakistan to Turkey recently as well.
Right.
So two questions for you straight away. One is that, if you can summarize the difference of where the Pakistan spinning industry is lagging with the experience that you have from so many other mills around the world. And the other one is that with the EU regulations coming in, and now with the US regulations also stepping in and some sort of acts coming in for that, how do you feel the world is going to change for that, and is Pakistan well prepared enough for that?
Yeah, thank you, Anis. I think during my lecture that I gave just before, right, the analysis of our Mill Performance Index program, I think that showed clearly where the strengths are in the Pakistani spinning industry and where probably some weaknesses are. So to summarize it easily, your strongest point here is clearly machine productivity, right? So using small ring diameter, squeezing out really the last drop, 24,500. I really don't see these high spindle speeds in many other countries. So occasionally you may have that, you see that in India, maybe also in Bangladesh, definitely not in Turkey, they don't go that far, not in Latin America, not that far. So it's a South Asian thing, I would say, but again, Pakistan is dominating the speed and with that the productivity. This is a clear thing. This is totally, it's a fact, proven by this data entry by all our members of the program. And then the downside, a little bit of a, it's not actually a disadvantage. Let's put it this way. Labor productivity, right? If you just count, or the head count, the staffing, right, in a mill, you would find the highest numbers of people in Pakistan, also in Bangladesh, I have to say. India is a bit less, but it goes with the labor cost, right? You can clearly see it. So, and in Pakistan, at this very moment, should I call it moderate labor costs? So it is, if the number is true, 185, it's I would call it moderate versus 1,200 in Turkey, for example. So with this, saying that you have a low labor productivity, you go another strategy, and this is not bad, to really utilize and to maximize your profits is, if you speed your machines up, right, to that 24,000, depending what the cotton is that you run, how well the cotton runs. Now, with the speed, you know that very well, your ends down usually go up. Of course, at a certain stage, the yarn cannot take the forces anymore, ends down, break, starts. Now, in Turkey, if these guys assign 2,500 spindles to one person, because they need to extend, as many spindles as possible, and the ends down goes to a level of 100, the guy goes down. He can't manage to operate that machine anymore. Serial ends down, fluff, and you're a spinner, right? Doesn't work. And he cannot just, put another one in because it's cheap labor cost. In Pakistan, you can well do that, right? Instead of giving them 2,000, you give them 1,000, and I have seen that sometimes people put one person at each site. And then you have 200 ends down, but there's always someone who picks up and the machine is running. So is that an advantage, a disadvantage? So these are the two things, the major things.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, with the costs going up everywhere, this is a challenge for Pakistan, and I think we need to learn from different countries. And like Umar was mentioning, for Bangladesh, we have so much to learn from others.
The other thing, sorry, you asked for the EU regulations, and so there's one thing, and I was listening carefully to the previous panelists when they were talking about recycled materials, the short fibers, right? So I'm not so sure whether everyone in the design, working in fashion design, brands, even the in procurement, whether they know how difficult it is to spin a yarn out of recycled material, because the fibers are, it depends, they're just that short. And if they understand that our processes, the blow room and the carding machines, they are designed to take the short fibers out. You're smiling, right? So how should that work? Now, we are taking on the challenge from CCI, and we have started, and I would just maybe want to share that, maybe it's interesting for some of you. We did a study. We were spinning a yarn as fine as 30s, a ring yarn 30s with 20%, 30% pre-consumer waste and 20% post-consumer waste. It was running very well with our special procedures that we implied, and we made a nice T-shirt out of that, a Milan shirt, which was from the garment properties, very, very close to a carded T-shirt that was made from 100% carded cotton. So I think that was an achievement, and if somebody's interested, please contact us. We can show you how that worked.
Let me just start off by saying that, you know, the two people sitting here would be the most excited one, or probably would have done more wonders in such products when we talk about. But Asfa, you know, specifically talking about, because with your e-commerce experience and the fantastic brand that you brought up and running as well, how do you see the traditional trade dynamics changing for e-commerce?
Well, the e-commerce side of the business basically gives you the ability to reach consumers faster, and it helps new entrants in the business to come and launch their brands in a way that was never possible before, because the capital investment in marketing and retailing the product is much lower. Secondly, I think it also diversifies the risk of when the economy turns and the cost of brick and mortar is still there as a fixed overhead. The e-commerce is one way that you can reduce that risk by, you know, if the ratio of products going through e-commerce is high. But the thing with e-commerce is that at the same time, you've got to smartly use data and analytics to enhance your business by reaching the right consumers with the right product at the right time. And that is all a data game. So the quality of the data and what you do with it really matters. And the other thing that e-commerce gives you is true feedback from the consumers. It gives you very honest feedback. If you go to a store, the consumer may not like the product, they walk out and go away. But in the case of e-commerce, when you market the product, you get very honest feedback, which you can again then loop back into improving your product and your brand. So that's how e-commerce works. But at the same time, I just wanted to touch upon a few things that were said. And I think that, you know, on the problem with our industry is that it's not diversified enough. And what I see is that we're continuing to make just denim and fleece, and that's the two product categories. When Umar said that we have a small stake in the international business compared to Bangladesh, it's because we don't have access to materials that allow us to diversify the products. And I think that's a big problem for Pakistan, because unless we can diversify the products, we cannot enhance the mix. The other problem is that we're known for low-cost production, and I think we need to get away from that. We need to add value in many other ways, and it's not just about how cheap the product is, it's how you deliver it, what kind of risk and sustainability is built into it, the shape of the products that you're putting out. So there are many different ways you can add value. We need to get away as a nation from making cheap product and competing with Bangladesh on just 2-3 cents alone.
Yeah, I think just adding on to what you were mentioning earlier as well, the flexibility now needs to come in with stronger product bases. And I believe that with your experience of e-commerce, a lot of us need to learn, because e-commerce has to take its place within Pakistan as well. Umar, lastly, just coming to you on this again. The world has been passing through a bit of a recession. And we see that a lot of these recessions basically are pegged to how the US is reacting to a recession. And now we see some indicators of things changing with the interest rate cut as well. But how have the brands coped up to it, and how do you feel things will be shaping up from here on?
Thank you. Before I come to your question, the organizers have asked me to make a small request to the group. If you are standing, please be seated. If you're talking, please be silent. We're going to wrap up and finish here very soon. Thank you for bearing with me. This was a short announcement on behalf of the organizers. Thank you. Yeah, Khaisab, again, great question. Look, global fashion retail industry is a very resilient industry. It's weathered many storms, and it has won many wars against nature, conflict, revolutions, earthquakes, recessions, currency meltdowns, etc. It's so resilient that we can all say with a lot of certainty that it's going to bounce back. There are some remarkable things which retailers have done, and there's a whole plethora of examples that one can quote while sitting here, but time does not permit. People have worked on their operational costs, as Asfar alluded to that earlier. They have worked on their inventory management because, recession and loss of sales, loss of customers meant a lot of redundant inventory with a lot of retailers. And paradoxically, in most cases, there was little or no inventory due to shipping problems. So people have learned to manage their inventories. They have learned to manage their operating costs. They have learned to lure customers back into the stores, either brick and mortar stores or by expanding their omni-channel or e-commerce platforms. They've also lured customers back in by offering them a more relevant and a more interesting set of products. They have gone into data analytics. They have invested in technology. And basically, there's been a total revamp of the retail business model, especially in the last 5 years since 2019. First it was the pandemic, and then it was the war in Europe, and the recession, and then the price inflation in USA, the escalation of interest costs in US. But remarkable examples. Of course, there have been some retailers and brands that have unfortunately fallen by the wayside during the process. We are aware that there have been a lot of bankruptcies, many of whom have rebounded from bankruptcy even. So I'm very confident and optimistic about the health of the global fashion retail industry, especially the textile portion of it. These global issues come and go. I think the larger question to ask is, as the front end of the retail changes, we in the supply chain at the back end of the retail, are we mirroring that change? Are we evolving? Are we ready for demand fragmentation instead of demand aggregation? We were all brought up in the last 40 years in this industry servicing the brand aggregation model. A typical department store in the US would aggregate demand from all their customers, and they would buy 100,000 polo shirts in 10 colors in one fabric. Today, there's been so much demand fragmentation that we are lucky if we get an order for 20,000 polo shirts in 10 colors in 2 different fabrics and 3 different fits. And you know that very well. You're in the manufacturing industry. So I think so I'm not so concerned about the front end of retail. They're going to bounce back. Will we bounce back? And I envision a Pakistani industry that is regionally integrated, that has interdependencies within the region, that's not only reliant on domestically grown or imported cotton. We need to decouple from cotton. We need to start the stitching revolution, as somebody said earlier, and as Asfar has been propounding for a very long time. We need to start somewhere. Sorry for the long answer, but there's 2 sides to this story.
And I think I see a big smile on Asfar Saab's face too. He wants to add something, and just something which very interesting came to us. You just met our digital head as well, and right now we're working on creating an AI bank instead of a proper ERP solution. So if you can, answer what brought that smile and this as well.
So I think it's the digital part of it has been a journey, but there have been rapid developments on that front. Right now, we're in the middle of the Gen AI revolution, and what we see as an example is, I see this happening in the next 2 to 5 years, where instead of humans cutting purchase orders, there'll be a machine cutting work orders for you on a daily basis, because your ERPs will be linked to the POS systems. And those POS systems and your ERP will go into a machine, and it will look at your inventory levels, your capacities, your ability to produce those products, and will generate a daily work order for you, which will be much more efficient than humans writing these orders. Also, I see transparency in cost sheets, open cost sheets, where if you agree with the customer on a margin, that these will automatically be stabilized and balanced in a fair way. But I think to do all this, you need a special relationship with the customer where you mean something to each other, and where there is that special bond where you can open yourself up to those transparencies that digitization brings.
I think with that we'll just close, because we're at this cross point where we are talking about flexibility in products, we're talking about flexibility in manufacturing, going for smaller sizes, but then we're also talking about the relationship that on which we can actually bank on, along with the sustainability and recycling initiatives that we have to bring in. I would just like to close this session from here on. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I believe we don't have time for any questions right now. So thank you very much. The organizers are listening, signaling to close the thing. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to our all panelists and our moderator for a very informative session. Before moving forward, I would like to welcome our second chief guest, the gorgeous Miss Christian K. Hawkins, United States Consul General to Lahore. And we are getting ready for our next session. So sorry for the noise. So ladies and gentlemen, please get ready to experience Create to Inspire student design competition following the theme of functional fashion and innovative workwear. And now it's time to witness the design of our young students through model walk from the top 10 universities. So I would like to know to our students, are you guys ready? So, the first university is BNU. Students from BNU, you can start the ramp walk.
Now NTU. Step University.
it will take few seconds to find out our winners. So stay with us.
So, can you hear me? So, hello to everyone. So, actually, I have the pleasure here this night to announce the winners. As I said before, all the students has done a fantastic job. I think Pakistan should be proud of this student. As you have seen, the great work they have done. And I have to say that they are not only great designers, but they are also great models. So in one way or the other, I think you have a bright future in front of you. Keep doing what you have started to do, what you have done. And okay, if you will be nominated this night or not, it's not the end of the world. At the end, you have to do, we have to take a decision. And okay, we took the decision, and now I'm about to announce the third place, which is Aruma Khan from the ISP University. Congratulations. So, at the second place, I have the pleasure to announce Tabish from the GIFT University. Congratulations again, well done. So, now we are at the end, and so the winner is Fatima Sabir from the University of Sialkot. Congratulations again, well done, and keep doing what you are doing. Good luck.
Now there's an appreciation award for Yusuf Sahab by William. Please.